Janky. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Okay, 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 okay. Meetings. Okay. Okay. Sweet Lord. All right. Well, y'all look so fine. Hold tight. Where is... Okay.
Can anybody hear me?
Greetings.
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you, Ken. All right. I ain't doing too bad. We just 22 minutes behind. Let's see. All right. So let me just say that in this arena, okay, in this arena, CP time is normal time.
Now they just smelling it.
All right. That's just what it is.
So I would recommend hanging out for a little bit.
Yeah, where we at? Okay.
Hey, Reach, I don't know if you can, but you might want to try like muting people as they come in, and then they only unmute if they have to talk. Otherwise, we hearing everybody
Got you. Okay. Everybody, if you can hear me now, go ahead and mute yourselves. I'm going to go ahead and mute as many people as I can. I also have to send out the link to a couple of folks. But go ahead and mute yourself if you are not a panelist. Because I can hear you fussing at the babies. All these beautiful people, how y'all doing? New faces. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Mute. Okay. I gotta get this link and send it to here we go. Where we at? Okay, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and give myself a few more minutes to let a couple more people come in, and then I'm gonna introduce my panelists for this first panel. Everybody, please mute yourselves. Okay. Alafia, greetings, peace and love. Welcome. My name is Larisha Stone, also known as Rish de Terra, which means Rish of Earth, which is the same thing as Larisha Stone because the stone is of Earth. Anyway, I want to say welcome to everyone one more time. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year. I'm really excited. I'm a little bit anxious. I've been waiting for this for 364 days. I wait for it every year. So we back. And let me go ahead and introduce my panel. The name of this panel is, am I recording? Yes, it is. Revolution of the Mind, Divine Alignment, and Flow. Okay. Each panelist on this particular part, these are all people who I believe, and from my observation, are in the flow of their destinies. Okay, they don't make any apologies for it. They don't question it. They're just moving in that direction with no question. Even if they question it themselves, they follow instructions provided them by their spirits, their ancestors, and their guides. And these are people who inspire me a very great deal. All right. First, we have Miss Nikki Buchanan. She is the founder of Soul Things Botanica in Brooklyn, New York. She is an adherent of the Orisha. I believe she is a child of Nikki. I'm gonna let you go ahead and tell everybody who you are. I can't say enough about her. She is vibrant. She is sure. She is strong. She is a powerhouse. Every time I hear her speak, she speaks. All of these people speak with the authority of God. If you have just joined, go ahead and mute yourself. But Nikki, go ahead and unmute yourself and tell everybody who you are and what you about.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me? Hi everybody. My name is Nikki Buchanan.
So technically I was working. But I
okay.
You were tomorrow?
Hold on, Nikki. Hold on 1 second.
Nice.
Hold on 1 second. Because somebody is unmuted and I can hear their whole back. Who is unmuted right now? Please mute yourself because I can hear the whole conversation.
It's all right.
Miss Casey Ann, if you can mute yourself so we can hear
Appreciate
Casey Ann Gable. There you go. Thank you.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, hey y'all.
All right.
Alafia, bendición, salutations, happy new year, happy Old Year's night. My name is Nikki Buchanan. I'm the owner of Soul Things Botanica. I am from Brooklyn, New York. Yes, thank you so much for this lovely introduction, Reach. Thank you again for putting this together because this is now our annual tradition, which is kind of dope. I really love that. Yes, I am a Orisha devotee. I'm not officially crowned. I'm not crowned yet, but I will be getting crowned in this year, 2022. I'm also a practitioner of Palo Kambisa to be exact. I'm also an espiritista as well as a hoodoo. So something that I will say about this conference that I truly enjoy every year is that the multiplicity of our disciplines, of our traditions, of us. It's so beautiful because we are made up of so many different things, and I love that we honor the little variances between and the commonalities, but the variances, because those are the things that make us truly unique, and those are the things that make all of our journeys really, really special. So thank you so much for having me tonight, Reach. I'm looking forward to this panel discussion. Looking forward to the other panelists and the other activities we have planned for this evening.
You're muted, Reach.
Thank you, babe. I was saying, after we do introductions, we're gonna go ahead and pour libations. It slipped my mind with all the noise in the background. Toya Smith. Toya Smith is she is a powerful woman. She's one of my Ile sisters. She has the most, there's a word that I'm looking for that I can't find that encompasses what it is to be genuine and direct and honest and loving at the same time, right? One of the first things I ever said to her when I interacted with her was that she was she embodied love. She speaks with love. Even when she is giving you the real deal and telling you about yourself, she's saying it with such a beauty to it. She just has the words. She always has the words and the right spirit. She is yes, very authentic. Yes, that's the word. That's everybody here. She is the founder of, y'all, I'm so sorry. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Toya. The Cayenne Honey. She is a belly dancer. She has been at this for a very long time. She is not new to this. She's true to this. And I'm going to go ahead and let her introduce herself. She's a legacy practitioner of Hoodoo as well. She's been at this since babyhood. So sis, come on through and talk about yourself for us.
Thank you, Reese. Thank you for always being so gracious and lovely with all of the words that you say about me. And thank you for inviting me back. This was so much fun and so, sorry, y'all. That's what I get for messing with my thing. It was so much fun and so filling last year. So I look forward to being full up again this year. As Reese said, I am her Ile sister. So I am an Abarisha. And since we're on that, I want to give all honor to our godmother, the Iyalosha Oshunyemi Akalatunde. All honor to her, to the rest of our god siblings, to our entire lineage. And also sitting here as a practicing hoodoo, as she said, in the vein of my grandparents who taught me. My grandfather, who was still alive when we did this last year, who had just passed when we did this last year. And so he and my grandmother, who is still very much alive and in her 90s, I give all honor to them. So that's who I am here to represent, those practicing hoodoos, those aberishas, those of us who are still trying to walk in the old ways while knowing that the old ways have to be made new every day. So there you are.
Sorry about that. Next, we have my sweet darling, my big sister, Joy Tabernacle, Joy Yajide Kemet. She is a gatekeeper, but not a gatekeeper who throws her weight around. She's a person who, when you need answers or you want an understanding, especially for things that are blocking you, she's going to help you understand what those blockages are. She has done that for me so many times, countless times throughout our friendship. She is the founder of Tabernacle Life. She hosts classes like Liberation and Miracles, and that's exactly what it sounds like. The power of your spirit and your person to liberate yourself and bring about and manifest and recognize the miracles in your life. I have not taken the class yet, and she tells me every time, I don't know what you're waiting on. You need to go ahead and take this class. And I promise one of these days I'm gonna get in on that class. I am never too, it's never too late to learn something about yourself and unlock new things about yourself. So Joy is the key maker. She's the unlocker, and I'm gonna go ahead and let her introduce herself to you.
Is it okay if I sing a song?
Yes.
If I sing a song, I want to sing because I went on my walk today and there was an elderly Black man and he wanted to go on a walk with me. And so we went on a walk and he was talking the whole time, which was sweet, but I didn't get to sing today. And so I just want to sing a song just to open it up. Royal Wedara, Royal Kekonan. Royal Wedara, Royal Kekonan. Oh, Papina, Fafa, Roy, Mommy. Tadiye Kosh, Mommy. Jug you are dirty,
Hello.
Mommy. Hasholo, dad, Mommy. Roy, away, dad, I will. Could y'all not hear me? Anyway.
We heard you. We heard you.
We heard you, and it was beautiful.
Yes,
That
thank
was a roadway opening song. And I want to also just sing a song real quick to invite my ancestors in the space. This is we pouring libation. It says we will be pouring libations. Because I don't have my rattles with me right now. But ain't unka, Jesus tada voices. 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 Come, mommy, bagya, mommy, na no war. Come, mommy, bagya, mommy, na no war. Ain't unka, Jesus, that was us. 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 Come, mommy, bagya, mommy, na no war. Come, mommy, babya, mommy, na no war. That's just me inviting my ancestors and our collective ancestors into the space. And that's, they wanted me, songs need to be songs. So I had to introduce myself like that because I didn't get to sing today. But if anybody is learning Tut, those songs were given to me in Tut. And so just wanted to bring that into the space. Thank you for having me, Rish.
The honor is mine. All of y'all, all my guests, all my participants, the honor is mine. I thank you and I appreciate you for coming. And last but certainly not least, Hess Love is the co-founder of the Chesapeake Conjure Society. They are a silent weapon, right? I went to Baltimore for All Saints Day in October, at the end of October. And I remember pulling Hess to the side at a meeting. There was a meeting at a church, and I had overheard some of the parishioners discussing how they were going to be, parlaying the floor. And I pulled it to the side and I said, I want you to be careful because they're bringing you in with the intentions to convert you to Christianity. They know that a lot of us are returning to the ways of our ancestors, and they want to bring you back here. They want to pull you into here. And Hess is, she's very, her presence is strong, but she don't say a whole lot. right? She don't say a whole lot. But when she does speak, you are going to listen to what she has to say because she doesn't speak out of turn and she makes very good sense. And she said, well, it doesn't really matter. And I was taken aback. I was like, what you mean? Because I'll be tight. Like, what you mean you got a secret agenda? I don't want to know what's going on. She said, it doesn't really matter because, they have whatever they got going on. Spirit is already moving things in a certain direction and it's completely independent of anybody's plan, right? I said, oh, okay, you're right. And I sat down and I went on about my business, but I say that to say that this is a person who, when she has something to say, you want to sit down and listen because it is something that you probably can apply. So Hess, please come on and introduce yourself and your work. And I'm going to go ahead and get started with the questions and the conversation after that.
Hey, y'all. Thank y'all for me in this space. To Nikki has said, this has become like a tradition. So this feels like New Year's coming up. My name is Hess. I am one of the many co-founders of the Chesapeake Cottage Society. I am a lay historian. I write. Definitely like an ancestor. Like I'm a regular person, like everyone who's discovered or found out that hoodoo has been in my family for the whole time, and I didn't even notice it. We didn't call it hoodoo, we didn't name it a thing, but I hope that my work here in this world is to help people recognize like the divinity in themselves and their lineage and their community that has always been present. So that's me. I'm so happy to be here. And I apologize for my camera. I'm trying to get in the spot with really good lighting and good Wi-Fi. But y'all will see me very soon.
Thank you, Hess. All right. Right into the juice. All of that was juice, but this is some extra seasonings in the juice. I wanted to my first question is, let's see. Hold on. Give it here, baby. You got it. It's all right. I'm gonna hold it for a little bit. You and Pasha can put on something together, okay? I want to. You got to. Pasha, put on something for Sunny, okay? Okay. First question. Here we go for everybody across the board. We all came into the study of occult knowledge, information, decolonizing work at different points in time, different stages of life. And it's an ongoing process. It took generations for us to get here, and we can reverse it quickly, but it may take generations to reverse us or return us to, or to practice Sankofa fully, right? To apply the principle as a way of life. In what ways, or what are some programs right now, after years of doing this work, what programs right now have you been actively working to overcome into 2022? And also, which ones have you already uninstalled? Like what colonial, patriarchal programs were you running that you've actively uninstalled, and which ones are you still working on right now?
I'm gonna just start talking because ain't nobody else talking. Well, the act of removing whiteness from my practice is a daily thing, right? I was raised in the church. My family is full of churchified folks. I am a preacher's kid. So, having to remove the whiteness of the Christianity that I was raised in from my life completely. And unlearning the ideas that what we were given by our ancestors is demonic, because that's what we were raised in. I feel like I've done that work pretty thoroughly, pretty completely. And all honor to my ancestors and spirits for that. All honor to my teachers. My work now, I think, is the unlearning of things around gender. That's my big work right now. Not so much for other people, but for myself and what it has meant in my life. What labels I'm willing to accept and not accept. And different understandings of what it means to be woman, what it means to be female, what it means to be feminine. All of those really loaded terms that we've been given that came with very limited understanding, knowing that I'm much broader than that. And if I am, then so is everybody else, right? And so that's my work right now, is leaning into that.
I think for me.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Reese. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Keep going.
I think for me, and unlearning anti-Blackness is, I think, something that is a daily practice, is continual and daily. One of the things about anti-Blackness for me is this idea that we don't have anything, and that we didn't have anything, and that there's nothing that is innate to us that is ours. So like the idea that who we are and what we bring, just it belongs to popular culture. It belongs to the world, and it belongs to everybody else but us. And this idea that we lack, in all sorts of ways. Relearning what abundance is, what it means to be abundantly Black, abundantly myself, abundantly free. And I think, like Toya spoke to, unlearning, really rigid concepts about what gender is something that has been a journey for me for the past few years. And I think, just like, taking my eyes off of what I have been told is of substance and of value, and reclaiming what is valuable to me about me, reclaiming what is valuable to what is valuable about us as a people, and being unapologetic about that. The first time that I've worn beads since I was a child was like a month ago, maybe. Those were the first beads. I'm wearing beads for the rest of my life. I'm gonna be click clacking forever. And I think that's where my work is right now, is just just like loving Blackness fully, and being all open and all the way here, all the way ready for just going all in. Like, I'm not going to do two beats. My whole head going to be beaded. How can I express myself as fully as possible, as Black as possible at any given time? That's where I think my work is right now.
Ashe, I'm going to pause for a second here because I still forgot to pour libations for our ancestors. When Joy did that song, I felt the rush of energy pull in, but that's still not the same as pouring libations, which is which is tradition. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a vessel and call our people in. And when I get to the point, everybody, you call out your collective ancestors' names, your ancestors' names. Okay.
Mommy,
Mhm.
what are you doing?
Working. Go sit down.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you to our collective ancestors for entering this space, for interceding on our behalf, for opening roads and doors, and making opportunities present to us. We ask that you bless this space, bless this time, and allow us and allow us open roads. And I would like to call on the names of my lineage: Baba Metahochi, Kofi Zanu,
Okay.
Barbara Smith,
Sure.
Okay.
Inez Hendon,
Okay.
Mama Cleo.
Okay.
Everybody, you can call out your ancestors. Unmute yourselves.
Safroni Simmons.
Ashe.
Billy Ward.
Ashe.
Doris McGuire,
Barbara Riley,
Lucy McGuire,
Catherine Elizabeth Ramsey,
Cynthia Wilmot, Alice Burnett,
Ernestine,
Alvin McGuire,
Father Ramsey,
Gilbert McGuire,
Moselle,
Eddie B. McGuire, Louis McGuire,
John Davis,
Jeanette Hamilton,
Richards.
Lois Glenn,
Kennedy.
Mary Ellen Hamilton,
Alicia Russell.
Annie Mae Hayes,
Ashe.
Megan
Ashe.
Hayes.
You can mute
Ashe.
yourselves now. Y'all felt that? I know I did. Okay. The ancestors are pleased. They've been pleased. You felt it, right? I felt it. Yeah, Jada said, wow. Yeah, whenever we gather together, and
What are you bitching about?
in honor of them. Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm collaring at my cat. I thought I was.
you good. I muted you. You good. Let's see. Yeah, whenever we gather together, they come with us. They gather with us. And anything we plan and decide after tonight, this is going to be the year for it to open up and manifest. Okay? Whoever is not muted, please mute yourselves. I hear you heavy breathing in the microphone. I don't like it. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic. Let's see. Y'all remember the question, right? What programs have you been actively working to overcome in the way of Eurocentrism, colonialism, and patriarchy? And what have you already overcome? So that's where we are right now. And I think
I'll go next.
Nikki, huh?
Yeah, I'll go next.
Okay.
So some stuff that, and we talked about it this morning, but some stuff that I've been actively working against is the capitalist notion that you need to be productive at all times, under all circumstances, regardless of what is happening in your mental, physical, and spiritual life. And I'm saying this because I've been off work. I've been on break from work since the 20th. And I have been like a bear hibernating in here. I have been sleeping. And at one point I said, damn, like, maybe I should get up and do something. And I just heard somebody say, girl, lay down. Like, lay down. Like, what are you doing? Lay down. I thought, oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. Got back in the bed, turned over, and kept on napping, you know? And it's like, this is something that especially as Black people in the Americas, especially as Black people whose labor and blood and sweat, tears, our lives, our backs has been used to build this country and many other countries. The act of rest is revolutionary, and the act of allowing ourselves to just exist without thinking that we need to do something for the right to exist. You do not have to do anything. Like, you don't have to do anything. So even tonight, I know we have our traditions of what we do on the Old Year's night and New Year's Day and all that stuff. And I'm gonna be real, I kept it real simple. I did not make myself crazy about what I didn't have, what I didn't feel like. I was just like, this ain't the year for that. Okay, I mixed up my herbs and made my bath, and my house is clean enough, and there's food in the fridge, and I'm grateful the lights is on. I don't have to work myself into a frenzy. So that's something that I'm actively unlearning, of taking my time to rest and truly rest not just in my physical, but in my mental, and just allow myself to just be and not feel like I need to be doing something all the time, because that is not restful. And that is not what nobody wants for me. No Egun wants that for me. God don't want that for me. I'm gonna lay my ass down sometimes. And something that I feel, it's a constant thing because of the society that we live in with media, entertainment, and I work in entertainment and I work in media. So something that I have noticed with myself over the past couple of years is I had to fully reacquaint myself with, to kind of piggyback on what, to touch on what Joyce just spoke on, reacquaint myself with the beauty of Blackness, and not Blackness for commodification, but Blackness in its rawness, in its essence. And that is, again, in the same token, it does not have to be palatable. It doesn't have to be accessible. It doesn't have to make sense to everybody. It don't have to be for everybody. The things that make us beautiful, the things that are truly beautiful about us, are some things that sometimes we don't need to share it with other people. We need to just bask in it and exist in it, and re-examining what it means to be Black and beautiful for me, not for the world. Like, what is, again, that anti-Blackness that Joy spoke on, is like, you don't think about it until you're confronted with something that, like, you in your mind, in your heart, this is beautiful, but your societal glasses will be like, oh, but it's not this and it's not that. And it's like, yeah, I don't have time for that shit no more. I don't. I like the blackest, nappiest, rawest shit. Okay, that's what I like. That's what I truly love about being Black. No, you don't need to dress it up. No, it don't need to look like a white woman. No, it don't need to look like somebody else. That it could look just as regular Black, and regular Black is beautiful. Right? Regular Black, whatever the fuck that means, is beautiful. It does not need to be filtered. It doesn't need to be dressed all the way up. It doesn't need to be, it doesn't need none of that. Just in its raw form, it's beautiful. And that's okay. And that's that. That's what I got to say about that.
Thank you, Nikki. That's what I'm talking about. And that is what Zora Neale Hurston, I think about her whenever I think about putting stuff like this together, because her whole mission was to elevate Blackness. She said there's nothing wrong with the way that we do things. The way that she wrote her novels in AAVE, she wrote it how she talks. She says, I write how I talk. I write for a very specific audience of people. And if you don't like it, and if you can't get with it, it's not for you. It's for the people who read it and they know what they're reading. They understand the nuance and they understand what's going on in the language and what the references are. That's who I write for. Her whole mission was to elevate Blackness. And so I am a person who wants to take on that helm and make sure that it's known that I am about everything Black. Okay? Being, well, like Nikki said, regular Black is just fine, right? So I'm gonna go ahead. Who didn't speak yet? Hess.
Yes.
Hey, boo, you look mad cute.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the things I feel like I have made a lot of progress on when it comes to deprogramming is understanding that a lot of the things that we're taught has a finite ending or a definite place does not, like success, healing. You know, I think with colonialism, we're taught that healed is such a thing and such a place, when healing is really a journey and not just a destination. We're taught that success is a destination, not a journey, when it's a journey. And so the ways that I have unlearned that is kind of learning that with colonialism, they want us to feel or act or say that we're healed, because once we're healed, we can continue to be productive. Like, to echo what Nick has said, they want us to, you know, aspire to this finite place of being successful, because we will continue to be productive on the way to success, you know, that once you see it as a place instead of understanding as a perpetual journey. And I feel like I've learned that a lot. Like, I still have a little bit of ways to go with that, but I feel like I've learned that pretty well throughout these past few years. Oh my goodness. One of the things that I really want to be more diligent about deprogramming myself from is the ways that people have, and when I say people, I mean society, whiteness, the system, what have you, have utilized shame as a particular tool of anti-Blackness. The ways that, you know, we know better now, right? Like, it's common sense to not be ashamed because you're Black, to not be ashamed because of where your community comes from, where your family comes from. But there are particular intimate ways that shame can still manifest, in terms of sharing what our struggles are, in terms of sharing what our, you know, learning is. And I believe, for instance, like the trope of like the strong Black woman, you know, of someone who, you know, does everything on their own, like part of it involves shame, the shame of not being able to produce everything on your own, the shame of not being able to do everything on your own, when we're taught that that is a metric of worthiness, right? So that's that for me. Sorry, I had to decline my dad on a phone call. I'm gonna have to call him back later, but that's that for me. Those are the things that I have made amazing progress when it comes to deprogramming, and going forward will be intentional about deprogramming for myself.
Reach, can I say one thing that popped into my head while I was listening to everybody talk? I would love for us to remove from ourselves, from our practices, the idea that we ever have to explain anything. Black folks do a whole lot of explaining ourselves. And this this came up for me today just on Twitter, which is, you know, a cesspool half the time. But anyway, seeing things that I said retweeted, right? And engaging with Black people around them, but then finding white folks then wanting to engage. They want to ask questions, they want to whatever, right? And one of the things that I have been very serious about, very plain about, and have set very firm boundaries around, is that I do not talk to white people about my traditions. I don't talk to them at all. So their questions about it are irrelevant to me. What they think about it is irrelevant to me. We do a whole lot of the back and forth about whether or not white people are welcome in our traditions. And even that question is irrelevant to me, because they are irrelevant to me when it comes to our traditions, right? And so I would love to see less talking in those explanatory ways to other people, trying to make ourselves palatable or understood, and focusing more on one another, talking to one another, engaging with one another, finding ways to link up with one another, right? Because the work of reclaiming is our work, and we don't have to include anybody else in that. Like, the whole point is to not include anybody else in that. So that's it. That's what came to mind while we were talking.
And I want to piggyback off that, Toya, because that is a whole word right there. Like, that is just completely, that is like the underlying underpinnings of anti-Blackness right there. because it's like we're constantly having to explain our, not just our Blackness, but our humanity, you know. And so it's like, yes, we do have tradition. That's what Toni Morrison said about racism being a distraction. You know, that explanation, the continued explanation of ourselves to other people is a distraction away from exactly what you're talking about, which is us coming together, being with ourselves, building upon what we already have and making them more relevant. You know, so that, thank you so much for that, because that was just so clear and just so, yes, right on point for me.
Yeah, that was everything. This whole discussion, everything that was brought to the surface. I hope that that's something that we all can apply, right, to ourselves right now for the things that we are dealing with and going through. I really hate to cut this conversation short, but it is 7:08 and it's time for Miss Kara Hoodoo Hussey to come through with her presentation. Before I close out, I'll take 5 questions for the 5 panelists, including myself. So just if you have a question, don't unmute yourself, just type it in the chat. I'll give you about a minute to ask your question. And whatever first 5 I see pop up, we'll go ahead and have, and write the name of the person that you want to answer it. Because this, I think it was Nikki who said this decolonizing work, it's not a one-off, right? It's not something you can say, all right, I'm gonna take this year to decolonize my mind. Like, it is it's gonna take you a lifetime. And every time you think you got somewhere, something is gonna pop up to remind you. It's gonna pull you and say, hey, I'm right here. This fucked up little piece, this little crusty little piece over here, we all got some crust in us. We all trying to get rid of, we all trying to scrub it out and look at it so that we can pull it out, right? And kick it to the curb, like, oh, that's some trash ass thinking. How do I get rid of that? Right? Right down to, gender roles, right? How we talked about gender being the construct that it is and how we feed into what masculinity is and what femininity is. And I know that's been my most recent challenge, is what is being feminine and what is being masculine, and how do I move in that, right? Where is that a spectrum, or is it just nothing? Is it, we all have our something. So if nobody has any questions, I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to my presenters. This was way too short. We got to do this again at some point this year, if y'all with it. And if y'all have any last words, any final thoughts, go ahead and say them now so I can pull Kara in.
One thing I want to say, especially as we move into a new year, is that there's always going to be seasons when we have our busy work, when we have our most productive times, and there's going to be times when we just need to rest. And I think if we get more in tune with ourselves and get off of a societal timeline, a societal clock, and get more in tune with what is the season of life that I'm in right now, and focus on building ourselves, our families, our little insular communities, the people that really mean something to us in our heart, will understand that we are in step with the people we're supposed to be in step with. And anything and anybody that is not in the same vein as you right this minute, that's cool. Like, that's okay. It's not a cause for beef. It's not a cause for upset. It's just acknowledging where you at, where you want to go, you know, who you going with, understanding that there's not a lot of people that may be able to come with you in certain legs of your journey. That's cool too, right? Like just understanding a more, having a more fluid mindset and a fluid mentality with yourself about progress. And also understanding that, like Reese just said, you're not gonna get everything done in a day. You're not gonna get everything done even in this lifetime. And that's cool. That's all right. We don't have to force ourselves to adhere to other people's timelines when we have our very own specific timeline and destiny that's very sacred and should be honored, regardless of what's happening in the world.
I want to talk about that too, Nikki. Something you said, it made me think about decolonizing time, right? This idea that there's yeah, you know, at this age, this has to be done. At this age, this has to be done. At this juncture in life, I have to have certain things laid out for myself, right? All that is bullshit, right? We live in a very oppressive America where if you don't kill yourself every day working hard, busting your ass, avoiding sleep and rest and recuperation and relaxation and pleasure and joy and fun, if you literally put yourself in a prison, you can get the trappings of success that you see a lot of these wealthy white men have, right? Not realizing that they got it through, you know, ill-gotten gains. This is not something that, you know, is for us or on us. William Harris, please mute yourself. Never mind, I got you. Really getting out of the idea that there's an age limit to things or a time limit to things. You have an eternity. You are eternal. We are not just this flesh, and this is not who we are, right? We are multi-dimensional, multi-prismatic beings. We exist across time and space, right? So really, if sit with that, sit with rhythms, like Sis said, aligning with natural rhythms. I want this, that we all want to align with natural rhythms, and not just the rhythm of this hell that we live in, but the rhythms outside of that. What does a construct built by us look like? Ask yourself, what does a construct built by me look like? And then start laying that out, bringing that out in voice and action and song and dance and motion and feeling, right? So that's my final word. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Miss Hoodoo Hussey, the burlesque dancer, the farmer. Kara, please unmute yourself for me and turn your video on.
It's
Let me
on.
see. It's on. Hey!
So can I share my screen?
Yes, we can hop right in.
Okay.
Introduce yourself
Amazing.
though. Everybody knows who you are.
Oh,
what you
okay,
do.
sure. Also, it says it's disabled to screen share.
Oh, I have to make you the host. Hold tight. Let me do that right
or
now.
co-host, yes. Oh, hello everyone. Good evening. My name is I go by Angel, but some of you may know me as Hoodoo Hussey of Hoodoo Hussey Conjure Enterprises. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here tonight and present about African American foodways. It's so near and dear to my heart. So much of our culture is wrapped up in our food history and how it came to be that we eat certain things and how we lived in terms of our ancestors. And I always say that part of the veneration is to tell the truth about how they lived. And there's so much mythology based on the things that our ancestors did and how they fed themselves. So, and I'm so glad that there's so many other voices amplifying the truth about that. So I'm really excited to present tonight. Let's see. All right, so I guess we could just get started. So This is African American Foodways from Enslavement, the Great Migration, and Beyond. But actually, we're going to go a little bit before enslavement because we know our history started on the continent. We didn't start enslaved. So this panel here is from Jacob Lawrence's Migration series. It was at the Museum of Modern Art, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. And as someone who is a daughter and granddaughter of the Great Migration, it was very moving seeing it portrayed through art, through Jacob Lawrence. So all of the panels, you can see them online. So definitely check it out because it tells a really beautiful story of how our ancestors, the decisions that had to be made in the process of moving north and west from rural homelands, adoptive homelands. So today's agenda, about me, what is African-American cuisine, the difference between soul food and Southern cuisine, the nuance of those definitions. We're gonna talk about West African foodways and retentions. We're gonna talk about nutrition on the slave ship. What did enslaved Africans eat? We're gonna talk about the mythology of the quote slave plate. We'll talk about what people actually ate on the plantations. We'll get into the Great Migration and how our foodways spread across the country. And we will also talk about the future of African-American cuisine. And I definitely love to see comments and we can like discuss things after, questions or just things that came up for any of you as you were watching. So thank you so much for coming. This is my own pot of greens. I did actually gumbo Z herbs. And so that was collards I grew with some dandelion greens. I feel like there was some cabbage in there as well, just a bunch of really nourishing vegetables. So thank you. So about me, my name is Angel. I use she, her, they, them pronouns. I currently reside in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn on Lenape, Muncie land. I'm a nutrition student, just finished my coursework, hallelujah. Food scholar, an enthusiast, urban gardener, root doctor, avid cook, and my ancestors' pride and joy. So thank you so much for being here tonight to witness the presentation. So what is African-American cuisine? I wanna know what comes to mind when you hear African-American cuisine. I'm gonna look in the comments if anyone wants to say anything. There's no wrong answers. Soul food, yes, absolutely. Mac and cheese, we're gonna talk about that tonight. We're gonna talk about a few different dishes tonight. Love and connection, nourishing, stick to your ribs. I love it. Greens, absolutely. Happy New Year. Beans, okay. Chitlins, ooh, we're gonna talk about all of that. I'm so excited. I'm probably the person who gets most excited about talking about food history and African food reinvented, absolutely. Soul food, what the whites call American cuisines, gravies and sauces, a lot of root vegetables, innovation. I love it, okay. So that, all of it, absolutely. So we're gonna just talk specifically about the history and how a lot of these came to be part of our cultural foodways. So the term soul food versus Southern cuisine. So Southern cuisine represents all the cuisine with origins in the American South. So it's really an umbrella term, not just soul food. So soul food defined, African-American heritage cooking is what it's been defined as. And previously it was known as down home cooking because it was, after the Great Migration, people, wanted to eat the foods that they were used to. And so it was down home, back down South. And that down home cooking, a majority of the ways that people were cooking, the types of things people wanted to cook, it originated from enslaved ancestors and their foodways. Soul food or African-American heritage cooking, diverse and regional. I know y'all know this, but the narrative, people think we're just eating fried chicken and mac and cheese like every day or something like that. And that's like the majority of our diet when there's so much rich diversity in the different regions. If you're Gullah Geechee, if you're from Mississippi, if you're Texas, Louisiana, like all these different places, there's so many things based on where people lived, what was accessible, and the way that people cook. So it's really African retentions combined with our encounters with the Europeans as well as the indigenous people of Turtle Island. So what is really the difference? Soul food would be under the umbrella term of Southern cuisine, but usually in modern times, there's racial implications. Usually when you see like Southern restaurant, it's usually white people at the helm. And when you see soul food, it's Black people who are, running the restaurant. And there is a lot of overlap when it comes to these things, but usually they run along the lines of class and race, because soul food is specifically Black. And then, a lot of the Southern food, a lot of times it is soul food, but people don't want to associate it with that. So they feel like they elevate it by calling it Southern cuisine, but we all know the truth with that, because who was doing the cooking, obviously. So West African foodways. So pre-colonial diets, lots of soups and stews with fish and meat. So I have a picture of egusi soup over there with some pounded yam. You got watermelon, you got pepper. It was very plant-based. That's something that I think a lot of times gets lost about our ancestors and ones who came from West and Central Africa. It was very plant-based. The use of hot pepper was huge. Pepper was considered essential in food. There's a Yoruba proverb, the man that eats no pepper is weak. Pepper is the staff of life. All of the foods that we see in the diaspora, pepper, spice, cayenne, all these different things, it is important to the flavor profile. There were steamed and boiled green vegetables, peas, beans, cereal, wild fruits. So yes, watermelon that is indigenous to the continent, bananas, plantain, seeds and nuts. And there was definitely a starch focus. So you had your yams and your cassava, rice, and plantain as well. The cooking methods, people were boiling things. They were steaming in leaves, roasting over a fire, baking in hot coals or ashes, toasting beside the fire, and frying in deep oil. I know some people don't realize that frying in deep oil is an African retention. So when we see this come up in African American heritage cooking, we have our rice dishes. We have using smoked ingredients for flavor, like smoked meats, especially okra as a thickener, nuts, seeds as a thickener, leafy greens, fritters, again, the deep frying as an African retention. And of course, like I said, frequent use of hot pepper and spiciness to add to the flavor profile of the dishes. So these are all things that we carried on as the legacy of our ancestors and how they were preparing food even before enslavement. So a lot of times when I read about things, it's always like, okay, here was pre-colonial diets and then here's the plantation. I'm like, well, what happened in between what were people eating during the transatlantic slave trade on the boats? So at first, the slavers, they were trying to force feed our ancestors, and it was really disgusting. Like they were force feeding them a diet of European food. The food was not great. The European slavers didn't even like the food. They were trying to basically just make sure we were full, and they made this thing with like a mix of beans and rotting meat, and they call it slabber sauce. So people were like just refusing to eat. They're just like, I'm not going to eat this. They did that to just make people full, but people just were refusing to eat as, just they didn't want to eat it at all. So then they decided, oh, well, if we want people to survive, because economics was the name of the game, they decided, oh, we have to start bringing the food that they actually like. So they would load up the foods of those particular regions while they were on the continent. So there were, beans that were loaded up, plantain, starches, all those things, all those familiar foods, they made sure they were on the ship. And they would actually get an enslaved African woman to, sometimes she would be the one that they would choose to cook for the ship. And the enslavers, they were super happy when that enslaved African woman was cooking, because the food was far superior than what they had been accustomed to, which was really revolting. They really, their culinary selections on the boat were very, left a lot to be desired. So they were very excited to be eating like the foods that some of our ancestors were preparing. And there was a better survival rate after that once they took up that strategy. So I want to hear from y'all again, and I'm going to open the chat again. What did you think people were eating? Our enslaved ancestors and their descendants, what were people actually eating on the plantations? Yes, it was revolting. Yeah. Someone said slops, trough food, forage items, grains, corn, leftovers. Okay. All right. We're going to go through the stuff the slavers didn't think was good enough. Okay. We're going to like talk about all of this. Chitlins. Yes, we were eating chitlins, but there's more to the story with that. Some plants may have been cousins of others that were known. Oh, absolutely, Diane. That's totally true. Some of our ancestors had gardens. Yep, they did. Okay, so I'm going to start getting into it. So around this time of year, around like the holidays and things like that, when I was more on social media, I'd always see this like debate that would happen where it's like, oh, our, ancestors just ate the leftovers, but also they would post a picture like this. And I'm just like, no, our ancestors weren't like eating macaroni and cheese and like a big piece of fried chicken. Like they actually wish, like, no, that was not it. But really, I feel that the conversations that I see talking about what our ancestors ate, a lot of times I feel like there is a framework of anti-Blackness with that, because many times what the narrative is that we sort of just ate whatever like garbage they were going to give us, and that we didn't have any sort of agency in how we fed ourselves, or that we didn't have remembrance of the skills that we had to feed ourselves. So, but every time I do this presentation, that is something that comes up because it's what we have been taught. Food was used to make Black people the other. Adrian Miller, the author of Soul Food, which was, a really great book. I have it in the bibliography if you haven't already gotten a chance to read that. And so let's get into the reality of it. There's so much more research on actually how our ancestors ate. But let's get into some of these like dishes that people always want to debate about first. So macaroni and cheese. It's actually from Europe. It was considered a dish of the aristocracy. It was so popular. This was high class food. And the thing is that whatever was high class in Europe, in the colonies, then the, white folks in the colonies, they wanted it. They were trying to mimic the lifestyle of the elite in Europe. So once, because people would go back and forth and, news would travel and they're like, oh, this like macaroni and cheese dish, they were getting their enslaved cooks to make it for them. And one of the most well-known enslaved chefs, James Heming, who was Thomas Jefferson's personal chef, and who Thomas Jefferson brought him to Paris with him so that he could learn how to cook in the French manner. James Hemings was really the one who popularized the macaroni and cheese dish in the colonies. And again, it was our Black ancestors, it was Black hands who was making it on the plantation. And after emancipation, we knew how to make it, so we were making it for ourselves because we could, and it tasted good. And so eggs or no eggs, I see that debate too. I'm such a fan of food debates when people are like, how do you make your cornbread? How do you do this? And people want to, debate about it. Oh, chili has beans. Chili doesn't have beans. Anyway, cornbread has sugar, it doesn't. So the thing, I always see this with macaroni and cheese, eggs, no eggs. Actually, the historical recipes, you could find evidence of a traditional recipe that used eggs and cream and cheese. And then there's also the roux cheese sauce that many people like as well. So if you use eggs, if you don't, both right. So yes, macaroni and cheese was an aristocratic dish. And now people see it as very pedestrian, but this was all the rage. It was like a cronut, like the croissant donut. It was the cronut of colonial times. So fried chicken, this is another thing that people really think like, oh, fried chicken is somehow like the end all to be all of soul food. This was an occasional dish. Some of our ancestors did have the privilege to raise animals, small animals. And this was a side dish or special occasion. But really, fried chicken comes from the UK, British, from the 1700s. That's the earliest recipe. And it was very popular in the 18th century. Again, people, what's going on in Europe, them trying to mimic it in the colonies. And when we think of fried chicken and waffles, a lot of times we associate it with either Harlem or Cali, like LA, Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. But the chicken and waffles thing really originated from the Pennsylvania Dutch. They would do chicken and waffles with gravy. And then the whole idea of like meat with like a bread, like there was something called the Virginia breakfast, and it was like chicken with like the waffle. So anyway, so it did, I know there's some thoughts, oh, it originated in Harlem. I'm like, maybe a version of it did, but people were doing that well before then. Yeah, this was something that, again, enslaved Black cooks were preparing this in the quote, big house or the medium house, and everyone was eating it. Everyone was eating it. White people, Black people. It really is more of a Southern tradition. It's not racially specific, even though people try to act like it's just Black people who enjoy this, when really there are versions of fried chicken all over the world. Almost every culture has their version of frying chicken. Now, I mean, ours is probably superior, but so many cultures fry chicken. So the fact that we have like negative stereotypes associated with it, it's just a manifestation of anti-Blackness. No matter what we're doing, people are gonna try to find a way, white people, to malign us for it. And so that's why I'm just like, whatever you want to eat of your culture, eat it proud. Don't let people's perceptions prevent you from eating what you want to enjoy your culture and your ancestral legacy. So another one, chitlins. This is so polarizing, and that's why I had to talk about it. The chitlins, the chitterlings, if you're bourgeois. This originated from Western Europe, rural England and France specifically. When people would eat chitlins, they would go on a hunt. They would go deer hunting. And after they, hunted the deer, got it, then, they would cook the intestines of the deer. And that was considered, the delicacy. It was just a rare treat. And it was high end in the 18th century. We associate chitlins now with like just low class food, right? Low class food, right? And the scraps that were given, like, oh, thank you, massa, but that wasn't it. Everybody was eating them. Black enslaved people and the overseers and other white people who worked on the plantation, they all worked together on some of these plantations to slaughter the pigs. And the chitterlings, it was considered a big deal, and our ancestors were making them in those kitchens on the plantation, and it was considered a delicacy. And when I tell you, I read an account of a formerly enslaved woman talking about how her mother wanted to work in the big house in the kitchen. And so the mistress of the house said, well, you come and bring your best chitlins and we'll see about it. And so she brought her best chitlins and she got to work in the kitchen instead of in the field. And that's how big of a deal it was. So somewhere in the way that they've been portrayed, it was just like, they just got thrown at us and we were like, yay. When in reality, there were rations, and we'll talk about this in another slide, and the intestines were just part of it. We got, we got pork belly, it really varied what food was being given, but it was definitely not majority scraps. Now, after the Great Depression, that's when white people were kind of like, they didn't want to be associated with it because it started having a reputation of being like lower class, poor food, and just that Black food, right? So they're like, oh no. But quiet as it's kept, when you go down south, there are white people who still love and enjoy chitlins, but they are not going to talk about it. That's fine. But also, eating of intestines is pre-colonial in West Africa, but they were eating the intestines of cows and chickens, not pigs. So there was like a precedent for that type of dish being prepared. And to this day, so many cultures eat this in different ways and no one blinks an eye. But, when those of us who choose to, it's a personal choice. I never yuck anyone's yum. It's, been definitely, associated with, being like a lower class or not being, tasty or whatnot, but it's something that literally world cultures eat. Like traditionally, you eat every part of the animal, or you find a way to use the different parts of the animal. Like our ancestors were already doing that whole like nose to tail concept that was like really popular, I feel like in the zeros or something. Ancestors been doing that, but it wasn't trendy and there wasn't a prefix at a, high class restaurant for it. So when we do it, it's low class. When other people do it, it's innovation. So let me keep going because I can keep going. So black eyed peas, I know some of y'all probably got them simmering on the stove right now. So a beautiful sacred plant from the continent. And it was already being cooked in a variety of ways in West Africa. And it's actually been popular since the Middle Ages because, a lot of things were just spreading around through trade routes. And those trade routes were going through Europe and India. And this is an example of a provision that was brought on the slave ship with our ancestors. And it was introduced to the New World by, the colonizers, Spanish and French. And these black eyed peas got so popular with the indigenous people of Turtle Island, of this land, it got to the point they liked it so much that folks started forgetting that it was actually from the continent. They thought it was an indigenous crop of Turtle Island, of this land, because indigenous folks were just really excited about cooking with it. So that was just very interesting how that worked, again, those exchanges. So in the antebellum South, it was considered poor people food. Very nutritious, but this is not what they wanted to be eating. Our ancestors continued making them for themselves after emancipation. And, when they migrated, there was a market for, some of these foods to come up during migration. So people started selling down-home foods. We'll talk about that more. And someone please mute.
Angel, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
I'm gonna look at the chat real quick because I see lots of stuff going on.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yes. Okay. Folks are having a visceral reaction to the chitlin slide. But I'm just like, we can just respect people's different tastes. I'm glad we have the options now, right? Okay, so beans and rice is a diaspora dish. We find it all over the diaspora. Hoppin' John is one example of that, with the black-eyed peas and the rice. And I know some of y'all are probably making Hoppin' John tonight. So spiritual significance, blessings, prosperity, luck. That's why we're all gonna eat them for New Year's, right? And even before our ancestors got here, these were being used as offering for the Orisha in Yoruba traditional religion. So black-eyed peas have a long history of nourishing people as well as being part of ritual and being part of spiritual traditions here and beyond. So collard greens. I know greens in general, we love them. I wanted to speak specifically to collards because I have a special relationship with them. They were already growing in West Africa starting in the 1600s through trade. They are indigenous to Western Europe, but in the 1600s, there's evidence of, people growing them in Mali. So they would have been cooked in that stewing way that many of us like to cook, with meat as a flavor. Although pre-colonial West Africa, they're gonna probably use a fish, maybe a smoked fish. We got to the quote, New World, wasn't new, you know that. We got to this side of the world and we used pork because that was more accessible to us. There were lots of pigs all over the place. So pork was something we could get our hands on. And it was more plentiful. So unlike in European culinary tradition, leafy greens were essential to our diet, and we knew how to feed ourselves. We knew what was healthy. We knew what, had nourishment that would keep us strong. That was very foreign in European culinary traditions. They weren't about the leafy greens, but you know what they were about? Dessert. That wasn't part of our traditions. We found out about dessert through them. Sweet desserts was very European. So they didn't have no leafy greens and they was over here eating cake. Anyway, pot liquor is medicine. Most nutritious part of the dish with any type of green, right? Greens specifically, they have vitamin A, they have vitamin K, they have B vitamins, they have calcium, they have magnesium. Just really good, especially when you're feeling a little under the weather. You sip some pot liquor, very restorative, very nutrient dense. And like I said, when we use the term greens colloquially, that could be lots of different types of greens. So, but this is how collard greens came into our culinary traditions. I always like to check in to see what y'all are talking about in here. Okay, you talking about neck bones and smoked turkey. I love putting smoked turkey in mine. I don't have anything against pork per se. I don't have any prohibitions with it, but I truly do enjoy the way that it comes out with the smoked turkey. Cornbread, another one of my favorites. I'm gonna fire up that cast iron after this. So cornbread is something that the indigenous people of this land, being, Turtle Island, the so-called United States, they made the breads in a variety of ways, so maize. But our West African ancestors, they already had encountered corn. The Portuguese introduced it in the 15th century and they really liked it. They were like, oh, this is really good. They would probably be using it more in a corn mush type dish, which is an antecedent to our dressing, to our cornbread dressing. I probably got to add that in my slides. I always think of new things that I want to add as I'm presenting because I'm I only have so much time. But yes, they really embraced corn when it was introduced to them. Europeans, they preferred wheat bread. Wheat bread, and when I say wheat bread, I'm white bread that's made from wheat. They preferred it. Corn was considered a very poor substitute. So it was indigenous peoples of this land who taught Europeans and enslaved Africans how to make bread using corn. And the enslaved depended heavily on cornmeal because it's filling. I find different examples of this throughout the diaspora where there's like a starch that is very, very available that people use with like almost all their dishes because they need something that's going to ensure that they can stay full for long periods of time because they're doing lots of labor. Ash cake was the original basic bread that the indigenous people were making, and that was roasted on, hot embers from the fire. So then you have all these, you have like the original cornbread and all the ways that our ancestors just took that and ran with it. So you got spoon bread, that, the cornbread souffle. You got skillet cornbread. You got crackling that has like the crispy pork skin in it. Raise your hand, not raise your hand, but if you like crackling, put it in the comments because I don't know, if I'm driving through Louisiana and I see somebody on the side of the road with the crackling stand, I'm stopping. There's nothing like it. It's not the same from the store. Hush puppies, the deep fried sort of cornmeal fritter. Hoe cakes. My granddaddy, may he rest in power, he loved hoe cakes on a griddle, originally on a hoe. That's why it was called a hoe cake. What are people, tools. People are going to use it for different things. That's a convenient way to cook over a fire. And then you had hot water cornbread, which is you make it with the boiling water. So who knew? I mean, there's so much more to talk about with corn and cornbread, but that's a whole breakout session, I guess. So let's see. What are y'all talking about? Okay, sure. Let's see. Soundness of the enslaved. So the concept of soundness, it was how healthy, how strong the body of an enslaved person is. And that was in relation to the economics. So, you're gonna fetch a healthy price for an enslaved person who seems strong and ready to work. So they weren't really concerned with our health. They just wanted to get their money. Money, that's all they cared about, of course. And so they wanted to make sure that people were healthy and nourished so that they could fetch a great price. And of course, there's always people who are on shenanigans. So even though it behooved them to make sure that people were healthy, you always have folks who were out here, the whole system of slavery is abusive, but you have folks who were extra cruel and who were, really giving minimal food. So then they enacted slave codes, and part of the slave code was giving a certain amount of rations. So the typical ration for a whole family was 1 peck of cornmeal, 3 to 4 pounds salted pork per family, which is not a lot at all. So our enslaved ancestors, they already knew how to take care of themselves. It came from people who knew how to hunt, knew how to grow, were very skilled in agriculture. So they were, when they could, they had their own gardens, like someone had said earlier. They had their own gardens, they were hunting small game, and they were fishing to supplement their diet. And there was a lot of variance in how the enslaved ate. It really, when we read the narratives, the oral histories of formerly enslaved people, you have some people who were like, we were good, like not in terms of being enslaved, but like in terms of like how they ate. They were like, no, we ate pretty well, it was fine. And you have folks who were like, we were starving all the time. And people also took it upon themselves to reclaim things. So they might see a chicken and that chicken is not theirs, quote. They will take food from the cupboards and smuggle it out. They were trying to survive. They were going to do what they had to do to feed their families. So part of that was taking things from, the folks who were enslaving them. And the way that people ate on the plantation varied. So some of the smaller plantations, you had people eating the same thing. So on a smaller plantation, you had the enslaved cook in the kitchen cooking whatever it is, goes and serves the owner and their family. And then from that same batch of food, that same sizzling pan, going and serving the enslaved people on that smaller plantation. So there's so many different experiences. So when I hear people sort of essentialize it into, well, we just ate scraps, like it's so much deeper than that. It's so much deeper than that. So thank you everyone who's witnessing and listening tonight. So the Great Migration. So you had emancipation, you had that antebellum period, and people were hopeful until they weren't, because then that's when all these restrictive laws were going into place and people were being terrorized by violence. And you had sharecropping, which was basically like another form of slavery. People were looking for other opportunities, and you actually had recruiters who were coming down and saying, hey, you want to come up here and work at a factory? So people were having meetings in churches and their family homes to decide what to do, if they should go. The moving north, migrating north and migrating west, there were two waves of it. 6 million African Americans between 1916 and 1970. They moved north and west looking for a better life, looking for economic freedom, personal freedom, more opportunities, education. I can speak to my own family's experience because my granny, she migrated, she's still alive. So she could talk about what it was to be a sharecropper and the sun up, sundown work that they had to do. Like, people think picking cotton and pulling corn was just during slavery. Like, people were doing this in the 70s. There's still people who are doing it now, quiet as it's kept. So you had this Great Migration. And one thing that's interesting for me with the Great Migration is that we frame it in the people were trying to escape, and they were, like, the racialized violence. But also we often don't talk about what was lost. And I think really one of the reasons that people were so adamant about continuing to cook the foods that they enjoyed in their rural homelands, adoptive homelands, is it was a way to comfort and remember that life that they left. So many, people were having their gardens up there because they wanted to still experience a piece of that down home living that they left. And there was like a fracture in the psyche with African Americans when they left like that sensual beauty of the rural South to go to these urban centers that were very industrial. Not talked about enough. Bell Hooks talks about it in Sisters of the Yam, which is basically gospel to me. But yes, you could see that Mississippi and Alabama, they were going up to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Cincinnati, St. Louis. And then, I always love when I'm in California and you see all these Creole restaurants, you see all these Afro-Creole restaurants, because folks from Louisiana and Texas were heading that way, also going up to Seattle and Portland. And then, I currently live in New York. Everyone I know in like Brooklyn and Harlem, their grandparents or great grandparents are from the Carolinas, they're from Georgia, they're from Florida. So many folks came up to New York and Philly. So many people whose families are in Baltimore, their families came up from Virginia. My dad's family's from Baltimore. I speak from personal experience. It was just like, you had a few people who would go certain routes and then everybody is going up too. So this was like the main routes that people were taking. And so, and I'm like blanking right now. Right. I have this poem that Langston Hughes wrote about migration called One Way Ticket. And so I want to play it for you right now.
This poem is called One Way Ticket. I pick up my life and take it with me and I put it down in Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, Scranton, Harlem, any place that is north and east and not Dixie. I pick up my life and take it on the train to Los Angeles, Bakersfield, Seattle, Oakland, Salt Lake, any place that is north and west and not south. I am fed up with Jim Crow laws, people who are cruel and afraid, who lynch and run, who are scared of me and me of them. I pick up my life and take it away on a one-way ticket, gone up north, gone out west, gone.
Okay. So down home cooking goes north, and it's another Jacob Lawrence panel. I mean, y'all, really, when I went and saw this exhibition, I cried because I was just like, why didn't I learn about this in school? I mean, I knew about it when I went to see the exhibition, but I mean, I learned about it as an adult. Like, I'm like, why when I was in school? And I mean, I don't know, are y'all folks who have kids in school, are they learning about the Great Migration and, you know, what our families did? I'm not sure, you can let me know. But down home cooking goes north. And this is a family, I feel like in the panel, it said that they are on their way to Pittsburgh. And in my mind, I picture so many delicious foods in that little picnic basket. So our migrants, because we migrated, our cooking and our food came north and west with us. And again, regional cuisine. So depending, you know, whenever I'm in DC, I'm in DC right now, whenever I'm in and around DC, I notice like there's certain types of African-American cuisine. And because it is based on like the regions of like the way people would have come up, right? And then in Chicago, which is where my family is from originally, and myself as well, there's so much evidence of that Mississippi food culture. And like I said about Louisiana and Texas, when you go out to California, did y'all watch the series finale of, maybe it wasn't was it the series finale? Or maybe the before, Insecure? You remember when Lawrence was talking about California barbecue? I was like, what? Does California have its own barbecue, or is it because the people who migrated from Texas brought barbecue over? I mean, I think we know the answer to that, but that was a funny exchange. The food scholar in me was giggling because I was just like, oh, this is funny. Nathan versus Lawrence again. Anyway, sorry for folks who don't watch Insecure. So yes, country diets, the rural diets of folks. Again, people get this so messed up. Again, it was mostly plant-based. It was a lot of vegetables, leafy greens, dried beans, sweet potatoes, sparingly pork, chicken, and fish. That was not the main part of the plate, okay? When we moved and things became more industrialized, that's when we could eat more animal protein, but traditionally, no. When we were in our adoptive rural homelands, that was a special occasion. I believe my granny told me that fried chicken was like, you know, very much a special occasion food, especially since you had to kill that chicken. Like, you don't have unlimited chickens. You can't just pop over to a store. Only things that my family would buy at the store during that sharecropping era, I think, was sugar and flour and like tea, like tea leaves to make tea. Nothing else. Everything else came from the land, came from an animal. You're cooking with grease. It was rendered from a hog. You eating chicken, you killed it in the morning. Like all the things, a huge garden of vegetables, bigger than what we would consider like gardens now. So people ate very plant-based. So many new businesses and vendors popped up based on the flavors that people were missing. It's like when, you know, we experience, like you see other groups of people migrate from other countries and then they like open up their own restaurants and their own little communities. It was similar. It was the same. People have a nostalgia for their old life, and food is such a visceral way to reenact and remember. So people want to taste the things of home. Because for a lot of people, they realized being up north and west, it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. They realized that they traded a lot and, you know, they needed comfort. So these new businesses and vendors, they were driving up these different foods, black-eyed peas, different types of vegetables that were not available up north and west, in order to cater to that demand. So, you know, people open up little restaurants and whatnot. So currently, what I love is that there is a reclamation and renaissance of African-American heritage cooking. And there's a recognition that it's not just these 4 or 5 things that people have come to associate with, quote, soul food. And I love that there's so many people talking about these things. And I'm just like, louder, louder. Like the more people talk about it, the more people knowledge share, the more we can really step into honoring our ancestors and the way that they lived and the way that they live on through the foods that we make with our hands and in our kitchens. So a lot of more folks are reclaiming agriculture, because that was a wound, right? Because we were forced to do it here. It's been a wound with the agriculture, and so many people are realizing that no, growing is power. Tilling the land, stewarding the land is beauty and divinity. And we can't let that history prevent us from going back and bringing forward what our ancestors are already beautifully doing before they landed here and continued to do to feed themselves. And so you have a lot of urban gardening and farming, and then continuing to unpack these myths and stereotypes. Even if you don't want to eat certain foods, that's fine. We have agency in how we want to nourish our body. And then the nutrition person in me is like, you feed your body in a way that feels energized and feels good for you. We can't all eat the same. We have different constitutions. So, you know, if corn doesn't do it for you, that's cool, but we can respect everybody's autonomy and choices, right? But we don't have to associate them with anti-Black myths and stereotypes. And I just really love how this is being unpacked through increased scholarship. Now we have whole tomes, books, websites, Netflix series showing us what is going on. And we have people who it is their life's purpose, the activism of us loving ourselves enough to speak truth to power about how the ancestors ate, how they grew things, how they fed themselves, and how that continues through our bloodlines and through our lineages, and how that's truly the culture and part of our spirituality as well, connecting to our ancestors in that way. So that is the present and the future of African-American cuisine. And that is all I have. Thank you so much. I have some references here. What the slaves ate, recollections of African-American foods and food ways from the slave narratives, very illuminating. We've got now a lot of, I'm sure y'all know about High and the Hog with Dr. Jessica Harris. That's what the Netflix series was based on. We have the In Motion African-American migration experience. That is the Schomburg Center. They were the spearheads of that. And I love it. You have Adrian Miller's Soul Food that I talked about. You could see the exhibition online of Jacob Lawrence's migration series through MoMA. We have Tony Tipton Martin, Jubilee, 2 Centuries of African-American Cooking. Of course, y'all know Michael Twitty, The Cooking Gene. And we have The Warmth of Other Suns, talking about the epic story of America's Great Migration that is not spoken about enough, and the effects of it and the legacy is not spoken enough. We're gonna keep amplifying all of this. So thank you, that's all I have. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I can maybe email this to, or you could email me if you wanna talk more about it or ask questions about things, hoodoohussy.conjure@gmail.com. I'm also on IG. I'm gonna stop sharing now. Thank you. I'm so honored.
Thank you so much, Angel. Can you make me the host again?
Yes, let me do that right now.
I'm going to go ahead because we have a few minutes before the next presentation. I will open the floor up for about 5 questions. If anyone has them, that was a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much for that. I think that decolonizing our plate, while we were in here, I was sitting here talking to my partner, and I read the quote, the statement that Amber made, saying, she said, Dr. Sebi is tossing in his grave. And he said, damn sure is. I said, yeah. And he said they talking about death food. I said, death food for who? Who's death food? And it's just when you hear things like that, it lets you know where other people are in their colonization, decolonization process, right? When you hear people talk about, how our ancestors ate as though it's something wrong with it or in some kind of pejorative way, when they lived longer than we do now, right? They were much healthier back then than we are now, even for all our veganism and plant-based diets and so on and so forth. So there's a lot much more to this process that needs to happen. Wait, what does death food mean? Death food is in high blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, that sort of thing, and pinning ham and turkey during the holidays to that, and not countering in the stress factor that influences
Racism.
these diseases. Right.
Living under this like oppression and racism and not making a living wage and having to face microaggressions and like that stuff causes inflammation.
Right.
Like
stress is why we are sick. It's not the food, the salt content, the fat content. There are people who live in other countries who do not die from the things that we are dying from at the ages that we're dying at them from, who eat in the same ways or similar ways, right? They might eat fresher food, farm-raised animals, things that grow directly from the ground that haven't been sprayed with Monsanto, right?
Yes,
but
I totally agree. Like I always tell people, like, it's not necessarily that there is one superior diet we're all supposed to be following. It's just like the food system is broken. The food system is broken. Like if we were eating in the way in terms of like the freshness and the quality, and like you said, not the pesticides and things are more, quote, farm to table, the animals, the way they're raised and things like that. You have factory farming. That's not what people were not eating factory farm pig back then. They were not eating chickens that were all crunched up in the dark.
Right.
Like that was injected with hormones and whatnot. People were not drinking like the milk that came from the cow that's plugged up to a bunch of stuff. That is not how it was. And so I think we see the effects of industrialization of the food system and we think that it's our foodways, and that is not it at all. There are folks in other parts of the world who incorporate animal protein and different things, and they have better health outcomes because they have a lifestyle that is not full of the type of stress that we as Black people have to encounter every day. Racialized trauma, wake up every day, know you're Black, have to navigate the world in this way. And so I think the shaming, I was on the call earlier, and I believe that Hess was talking about shaming, and I was just like, that causes bad health outcomes too. And then people don't even want to try to find ways to get support because they're so worried about being judged by folks that look like them.
Right.
So,
right. Yep, I get sick of it too. But okay, I have now, thank you so much, Angel, for your time and your energy. I know from the comments, I know everybody got so much nourishment from that conversation. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I'm gonna
Thank you,
open.
everyone.
Yep. I'm gonna open the floor for 2 people who want to promote their businesses to come up. You each have a minute to do so. I'm putting you on the spot. Go ahead and type your name in the chat box, and I'll go ahead and unmute you so that you can do so. Let this be your opportunity because you have almost 100 people in here, and they might need some. I know I'm looking for some wormwood. Who has it? Like, what do you like? What you got? What you got? Put it in the chat. We need some tinctures. We need some things that are gonna address some of the things we have going on with COVID, flu. Michelle Morris Pulliam, my business is Aquarius Herbs and Teas. Okay, I'm about to pull you right in. Michelle. Corinne said, I ain't camera ready. Girl, you better stop. Oh, Michelle, you already unmuted yourself. All right, go ahead. Tell us about Aquarius.
My business is Aquarius Herbs and Teas, and what I specialize in is organic herbs, organic teas. I blend teas. Some I source from other makers, depending on what it's for. I also specialize in blending for health issues, different herb combinations for health issues. Just now getting into blending for spiritual issues and spiritual uses. And I make tinctures. I make all kinds of stuff, medicine, lotion. I have a lip scrub that I'm formulating now. And I'm on Etsy. Right now, my goal is to get a storefront here in town and then eventually branch out further as far as I can possibly take it. That's kind of my goal.
And you will, and you better. So
I have no doubt.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
You will. You already on the path.
That's
right. Now tell me about some of the teas you have that address some of the things we're dealing with for this cold season, because we're going to be in the cold season for another few months.
Yes, ma'am. I just made a fresh batch of elderberry syrup, and that's one of my favorite things to make. And I usually add hawthorn. Around this time of year, I add hawthorn. I add cinnamon and a whole bunch of other things in order to give your body what it needs to carry forth in fighting viruses and fighting, boosting immunity is the basis of it. But I also add some antivirals, some antibacterials. That's my business partner / husband. I just add all different types of things in there. And when I'm doing the process of cooking and making the syrup, I'm infusing that as well as just me into it. And it's going really, really well. And I do have a heart tincture that I'm working on now, that I'm using with let me think, hibiscus, hawthorn, clove, and a few other herbs that I'm using to make this tincture for heart issues, people with high blood pressure, water retention, things of that nature, dealing with the heart. So hopefully I can get those. I'm gonna press myself to get those out in this first month of the year.
Okay. Sounds good, sis. All right. Best of luck to you. Y'all heard it. She got the elderberry on deck. If you don't feel like making it, go ahead and get it. Go ahead and put your link in the chat. All right. I was gonna have Corinne come on next. But it's 8:15 on the dot, so we're gonna go ahead and have Portia and Mama Sophia Bugs come through. And then we'll come back at the end and have Corinne and Africa and whoever else wants to promote their business, because we need what you got, and you got what we need. All right, so Portia and Mama Sophia, go ahead and unmute yourself so we could get to rapping like we do.
Hello, everybody.
Hey. Oh, you look so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You too. I'm glad to be in the
Thank
house.
you. Yes, I'm happy you're here. All
Thank you
right.
for the
So,
invitation.
of course, of course. And
Yeah.
anything else you want to come through to, let me know.
Mhm.
Because every time we get to wrap it, it's like I'm talking to somebody that has seen all my stages of growth and changes and shifting and is meeting me right where I'm at, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's your power. I think a lot of people feel like that when they talk to you. Like you connect
Oh,
to the heart. And
yes.
that's very it's a gift. And a lot of people don't have it. So
Thank you.
you're
You
welcome.
know,
Um,
I'm really excited that Hoodoo Hussy brought it. Like,
Yes. Yes, I got
that's
so excited.
excellent presentation.
mhm.
Excellent presentation on so many levels. I mean, you know, that was an amazing presentation. And I think it kind of brings us into having a conversation with each other about doing the work that I do as an urban farmer. So I'll let Portia kind of lead the discussion.
Hello, everybody. Portia McGuire. I am a farmer. I am an herbalist, root worker. I too am an urban farmer as well. Right now, I'm based in Gary, Indiana. I also consider myself a land steward. I'm super passionate about providing food access to people, fresh food, real food, like a lot of the things that Hoodoo Hussy talked about and a lot of things that was being discussed in the chat. Not eating so many processed foods, but things that we can grow and make with our own hands. I'm also a medicine maker. I like elderberry syrup too. But I'm super passionate just about healing through food. And by teaching people, teaching communities, taking up a lot of these empty spaces that plague our neighborhoods and turning them into gardens and spaces that we can use, places that we can connect with plants, trees, a lot of things. I'm happy to see Joy on here because she inspired me to forage and things of that sort. But I thought that Sophia would be like super great to speak at this conference this year because she does a lot of the work. She inspired me to take the leap of faith and do the work that I've been blessed to do, which is urban farming and being able to connect people that look like us back into our communities, into the land all together. And that's me.
So my name is Sophia Buggs. I'm the owner and operator of Ladybugs Farm, which is located on the south side of Youngstown, Ohio. My title as urban farmer, medicine woman, mama. You know, I got a few different titles, but I'm also the Mahoney Food Access Coordinator, where I'm coining community stores, which are corner stores, to getting fresh produce in them. And a lot of the work that I do as urban farmer has multi-layers. So I'm definitely in the food justice aspect of it. But I would not be able to be healthy and be whole and be in those bigger, diverse spaces if I was not spiritually grounded as relates to the land. And so this is where me as medicine woman shows up in my work, because without that, I wouldn't be able to do those other things. And some of the other gifts that I primarily share is sound frequency. It's been a while since I've done what they're calling sound baths now, but doing crystal singing bowl meditation and working with tuning forks is one of the pieces I love to work with. And also working with plants as medicine on the land and using things like crystals and stones to also connect the cosmos and the other worlds and the other entities to the land or the plants that I steward. And I think that part of our conversation that we're probably going to have is going to have a lot to do with how we show up in community, and how we're showing up with the land that we're accessing in community. So those are a few of my titles I do.
Thank you. The reason why I asked these two women specifically to participate in this panel is because of the work that they do, the quality of their hearts, right? And the sincerity that they do their work with. Okay. Portia, when I met her, she was already on her path. She said, I know that I am a land steward. This is what I do, and this is what I'm going to continue to do. And she was met with so much opposition because it was her mission, and it's been her mission to put the land back into the hands of young Black people, young Black farmers. And even if you don't know how to farm, she was going to teach you how to do it. She said, I got the equipment, I got the funding, I have the seeds, I have everything you need. Just tell me you want to do it so I can get you going. Right. And so, you know, that is what she does, and she has not stopped. So I'm so grateful for both of them being here. And the first thing I want to talk about, and this is kind of, it came to me. We were talking about before seed bombs, right? And if anybody was at the last event, the last New Year's conference, we talked about renegade gardens. And so I kind of want to build on how, if we don't have access to big plots of land that we own, that we take care of, that is in our possession, how do we connect to the earth to let her know that we belong to her, we belong to this land, and the land is a part of us, even without having quote unquote ownership, right? So that's my first question to the panel.
Sophia,
I guess okay. I think the answer that I would definitely what I'd like to offer is, for once, for people to kind of take gardening and farming from this big thing to do to bringing it in here. I'm saying that to say we need to first learn to be in nature. There is a big disconnect with us just being connected with nature. And we're using and putting so many things on our bodies and around ourselves that we're not being able to actually get the full connection between like your feet, earth, and you know. So that's one thing that we need to work on, and simply going outside more in nature, I think, will connect you to getting to the next steps of what that look like. However, if you do not have access to like your backyard or a vacant side lot, there's always container gardening. You know, I started growing in 13 kiddie pools before I started quote unquote farming. And they were just kiddie pools that people had put on the side of the road that I kind of took in and made gardens in them. So container gardening is a way. Some people grow on windowsills. But I do want to make note too that many of us that are living in city spaces that's got vacant lots, like that's a blessing to have, because there are places in the world where people don't have access to grass at all. And some people are just eating out of tiny little windowsill pots. So to have access to neighborhoods that's got green space is something that I would definitely tell people to take advantage of. One step at a time, one lot at a time, one bucket at a time, one pot at a time. But that's something I'd recommend people to doing.
Rich, could you re-ask the question? Because I didn't hear exactly what you said. My bad. I can't, you on mute.
Sorry about that.
Mhm.
I was saying I believe my question was, what are some of the ways that we can let Mother Earth, or let the earth know that we want to be reconnected to her, that she has reclaimed us, and that we have also reclaimed her without having quote unquote ownership of a large plot of land. What can we do to kind of get that relationship going, specifically as it relates to growing food?
Yes, just like Sophia said, really just getting outside. Like it is true. It's a lot of cities don't even have no green space at all. But sometimes just getting outside, just taking a walk, just how we sit at our altars and we talk to our people, talking to the trees, talking to the plants, figuring out what their uses are, getting to know what their names are. And sometimes they'll tell you they're a different name than what you know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Also container gardening, just putting your hands in soil, period, because it's therapeutic. Just talking to your plants, singing to your plants, things of that sort. If you don't have access to a large lot, volunteering at a lot of different places. It's a lot of community organizations that may have in blocks that have their own community gardens, even if you may not be taking nothing specifically from that plot. Just finding opportunities, because in most places they're there. And if it's not, sometimes you got to create one. A lot of times cities and things of that sort, if you go and you talk to the right people and you raise enough hell, they'll give you this little plot that's on the corner. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's just throwing grass seeds or some lavender or doing seed bombs like we talked about before. Just showing that you care, not littering. You know what I'm saying? Treating outside like you treat your space, just helping other people, doing potting activities with your kids, anything that can cultivate and grow something. I think
I'd also like to add that I think that we should make use of the plants that are kind of already available also.
Yeah.
I tend to think of when we talk about plants and all of its medicinal components, and if it's perennials or annuals or invasive or not, like I'm sensitive to the fact that we don't like all the indigenous plants that have come and deciding to now take up space. So if you've got pokeweed, if you've got Japanese knotweed, if you've got burdock, yellow dock, curly dock, if those things are kind of already available and they're medicinal, I would kind of start working with those plants that are already there.
I agree.
As opposed to I'm gonna haul in a whole bunch of soil, spend all of this money. And I know that there is a thing where you want to make sure that you're eating clean, right? But this is where it comes to why it's important to have spiritual practice. So that way you are blessing your land. And that is the way the land is going to bless you, because it's going to regenerate just like you are. And you're going to clean up around where you live. It's important that we take note that the plants that are already there, wherever you live, are medicinal enough to show up to be your medicine. Because many of us aren't wanting to grow pounds and pounds of food. Some of us are really just needing more medicinal quality plants, as opposed to more peppers and onions and tomatoes. I think it's harder for you to have access to the bitters and the medicines that they aren't making into tinctures, and the ones that are great for helping you resist radiation around where you live. I think it's more important that we get to know the ones that are already saying, hey, we've been here in the revolution long before you knew it was happening. That's why I made a post, go outside your front door and tell me the living plants that are available. Right now, pine is available. That medicine is something we need to be taking in to help us during this season. I didn't mean to get too chatty, but I did want us to, again, not jump all the way over the rainbow into these big things on growing gardens and food forests and all of these different social permacultures, and it's great. And these are things that other folk have capitalized on and have coined for people to make money from, when you can just simply go right outside right now and go get that burdock root, that yellow dock, you know what I'm saying, that's peeking up out there.
Yeah, just to piggyback off Sophia, I agree 100% with everything she said. Not only that, like I believe that whatever plants are present, whether they're considered invasive or
That's
whatever
what we
else,
need.
is what we need for ourselves at that time. Whatever
Mhm.
plants is growing in that area is the condition of that community and that people that currently live there. So she's
Right.
absolutely right.
Yep.
Getting out there, getting your little Google on and taking pictures and figuring out what it is and what you can use it for.
Invest in plant apps. They are useful, very much so useful. And when you're having these conversations while you're taking wild walks and foraging with folk, like be honorable to those plants. These are your living ancestors. That's real. And these are your living ancestors that are alive and vibrant and on purpose just for you to exist. So I'm always in my feelings when we're doing wild weed walks with university folk and academia when they want to talk about how invasive a plant is. And I tell them it reminds me of the way you treated people. Right? We put them on a boat and we drug them from here to there to flower and bloom. And then we realized that they were more than what we expected. We toss them away. Same with fruit trees, the city. We're cutting down fruit trees because they make a mess. But those are the feminine trees. This is why the pollen's everywhere. You know? So we have an issue of taking up, you know, a negation with Mother Earth. And I'm always very offended by that. But talking about hoodoo, that is the power to do something that you have right there at your front doorstep for yourself. Hell, even if it's grass. Grass has a medicinal component too. You know, there are bushes right now that might not have leaves, but very much so are alive. You know, one of the things that Portia and I did say that we wanted to share is we wanted to share what animal, what plant, and what root that grew native to where we lived as something to share. So right now, groundhog is sleeping. Groundhog is reminding me, although I can't stand the groundhog, but when I grow enough for everybody. And so the groundhogs can't get everything, right? But I do take in that medicine to be restful for groundhog. And the plant that I like to share that we have here is pawpaw, which is a fruiting tree that makes other trees, which is rare. And it is also Ohio state fruit. I love pawpaw too, whoever said that. And the plant that I like to, or the root that I like to share would be yellow dock. Yellow dock is wonderful for getting rid of bacteria in the body and specifically great for nasal inflammation and mucus like having now. So that's what's native here in Northeast is what I'm considered Appalachian soil and zone 6. So.
Well, me personally, we have the same root, yellow dock root, but I'm also just a big fan of whatever I find outside. Dandelion root, burdock root. I'm a huge fan of plantain, used for topical ailments and things of that sort. A native bush is what I found is the chokeberry. So it's delicious.
Chokeberry.
Yes. It's chokeberry. And medicinally, I have used it, have made like tinctures and things to address high blood pressure. It makes great juice, jams, all those things of that sort. As far as an animal, I'm a bird lady. Natively, we have house finches and cardinals and things of that sort. So I keep a bird feeder. I have little wind chimes and things of that sort. And
you're in the state of Indiana?
Yes, I'm in the state of Indiana, Gary, right outside Chicago, not far from the state line of Illinois.
Okay.
And not far from the beaches and things. Like Michigan is beautiful. It's my favorite place. But I love the birds. They cheer me up. When I may be feeling down, I hear them. And they also, hummingbirds and things also help pollinate the gardens and things that I've been able to cultivate in the area. So that's a little bit about me.
Ooh, that was so dope. breaking down the animals and the plants in the area. Shoot, let me see what I could throw in there. I've been feeling very connected to the deer out here for a really long time. Specifically the stags. I don't know what it is about that energy. There was a time a few years back when I was meditating in the woods, and one was standing off in the distance observing me. And I looked up and I saw it, and it kept looking, and I said, okay, ain't no bitch in these deer. Let me go ahead on. Let me go ahead on about my business. So I kept meditating, and when I woke up, when I came to, like, when I woke up from the meditation, it was gone. And then a few weeks ago, a stag was walking across the yard, in my mother's front yard. And the way the houses are positioned, I live close to the road, and my mother lives deep in the woods right behind me. So I walked back to her house, and the stag is walking by, and she's like, you see that big deer? And I said, no, I don't see it. She said, it's right there. And I couldn't see it. And by the time I noticed, it was already, off into the woods. So something about deer. I haven't gotten into it yet. And blue jays. That's another fearless one. You look at him, you think, oh, it's so cute. It's blue and it's adorable. And blue jays will come at you, right? They don't play games. And then the plants out here, I recently came across plantain in the wild, and I had never seen one before, and I always wanted to. And it was a little baby one. It's not, and I said, oh, I can't wait till it grow up. I'm gonna come see if I could get some. Like Ash said in the comments, you have to literally go to the plant and ask for permission. Don't just assume that it's okay to just take, whatever you want. Make sure you ask permission of the plant to harvest some of what you can get. One of the other things, two things I want to talk about. The first thing, every state has at least one state park. Okay. And most state parks are very, very, very big. There's a lot of acreage out there, and your park rangers literally cannot cover every single acre, right? And if you are familiar with the terrain, you make yourself familiar with the terrain, visit often, you can put seeds down there, right? And it will more than likely go unbothered, because no one would know, right, where it is. So that's one way to get that access, right? And state parks have your local flora and fauna there as well, right? So when you go out into these spaces, you can get familiar with these herbs and these plants and these foods that are right there. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was something that we touched on in our last conversation, which was greenhouses. You remember that? Remember that? Where we talked about, we, in a lot of our neighborhoods, there are abandoned buildings that have been abandoned for decades, right? For many, many years, that will continue to be abandoned, that we may be able to utilize as spaces to not just grow food, but house people as well.
Yeah.
Right? And, excuse me, using the right amount of finesse, the right amount of know-how, the ability to code switch, which Sophia has enlightened me on the importance of, because for years I worked hard to turn my code switching off, right? It took me a while to do it, and when I did it, I was so pleased with myself, and I was like, I'm never turning that shit back on again, ever. But if you want to have the right amount of finesse to get what you need from these structures, right?
Thank you.
You're gonna have to know how to talk to them.
Yes, me and
And
Sophia
these,
talked about this extensively
Mhm.
too.
Yeah, these abandoned spaces that no one is using and no one is accessing. If you want to say, if you go to them with the right proposal and the right amount of this is how this benefits you, this is how you can get what you need from them, right? Marietta said, what is code switching? Okay. Code switching is the ability to, it's when you are able to switch from the way you talk with your peers and your family to the way that you speak to figures in a quote unquote authority, or people who have access that you need. Okay. It's the white voice you use on the phone when you handle business, right?
Hold on, can I add to that? However, it's
Yeah.
not changed, it's still remaining authentic to yourself. Now, that's the important part. But it's just being able to talk to people in different spaces. It's not compromising who you are, having to put on a white voice or whatever else, but being able to show up and state your ideas and your thoughts clearly in a place, in a way that everybody can understand, not just, you know, because I'll speak slang and stuff when I'm with my people. I speak one way when I'm with my friends and with my family. However, I can show up in a meeting, a board meeting, or whatever else, and I can still deliver my message with still being who I am, and they'll understand me better. And I hate to use the word palatable, but that's kind of what it is. Yeah. So
I am not palatable.
I've found that, just as she's saying, just when you fully align and authentic, but I think it comes from your practice and knowing who you are and your confidence. Like, that's my swag. I mean, I've always been, you know, people would say things like, you know, tattoos and piercings aren't professional, or not wearing a bra is not professional to work, or this, that, and the
or
other.
locks. I have
Or
locks.
lock, you know, or speak in a certain way. But and I'm not gonna say I'm any more special than anybody else. I've always loved my ancestors, and I've always loved spiritual practice. And from high school all the way through now, that has always carried me. This kinship that I feel that I've always had. So whenever I'm in the room, I'm able to be authentic. So I will say this: that's how they catch you, is when you're not authentic. But what I've found in my research, and even the work that I do with the local land bank and working with the city, on all levels of boards and grassroots and all kind of organizations, I found that is they want people to come and access a lot of these things, but people don't have the business savvy, the educational background, and the passion to do the work, because that's one thing they're not going to do is pay for it. But if you've got the wisdom and the knowledge and the connections, you know, it can absolutely work itself out. I was fortunate enough that I literally just looked across the fence and said, well, I don't want to do any more kiddie pools. I'm ready to farm. And in our neighborhood, the rumor was, if you mow it, they'll give it to you. And that's not the truth. But because I was raised right by my grandma, my mama, go downtown and figure that out. I went downtown to ask, what was that? I asked around, they sent me to the right offices. And at the time they were they were considered a nonprofit, a new nonprofit called Lean Forward Ohio. And from then they were maturing into an actual land bank, which is our county land bank. So I built a relationship with them a decade ago and got grandfathered in. So we fast forward where people are leasing, but they're using my experience working with them to determine how to help other people get lots adjacent to them to growing food that they want to grow. But it takes more than just, you know, you're throwing some seed bombs and guerrilla gardening. Like, I was fortunate enough to inherit my home, which sits on land that I have no tax liens on. You know, so I'm a homeowner. This is my inherited home. It's adjacent to property. So You know, there are all kind of ways to finesse it. But once you're authentic and aligned with what this is supposed to be for you, they tend to move out of the way and show up to support you. So,
That's
and
true.
even those nature spaces, you don't really have to even, I mean, I go in a lot of parks and woods, and she's right. There aren't people for miles away. But if you're not already making that relationship with the land and Mother Earth, they know you, they smell you a mile away. The animals, trees, the bugs, right? You got to get in relationship with land before doing any of the things that we're discussing. I think that that makes for a better grower and a more sustainable grower, as opposed to I'm just growing something to make money. How about grow something that you need healing from? Grow something that help you heal, and or make the connection to the plants that's already there so that they can guide you on the next steps to what you need to be growing. Growing is something that'll always be a part of who we are. So just start. It doesn't have to be big. Start somewhere, even if it's your indoor plants. But I would definitely suggest, as we're moving forward, that if you are going to garden and farm, if you're not composting, you're not farming, because you can't make soil anymore. And the way you keep making soil without paying this big overhead from someone taking soil somewhere else, you need to be in a process of growing it. So composting is something I definitely recommend you start doing if you're thinking about homesteading, urban homesteading, or being a grower. I'll let Ms. Portia jump in there.
Okay, well, I was reading the comments and things of that sort, and I saw Joy say they don't have necessarily have the access to the network. But piggybacking off what Sophia said, like, it's definitely important that you connect to the land, and just practicing hoodoo. It's just, in my opinion, of hoodoo is connecting with our immediate environments that we're in, and as we take care of it, it provides for us. So I do believe it's a reciprocal relationship. And I believe in the power of plants. I believe in that everything has a spirit. And as long as you're in good communion with those plants, a way will be open. Like prior to getting into urban farming and things of that sort, my story, I worked in behavioral and mental health. You know what I'm saying? So as many of you probably already experienced, when you're working with spirits and things of that sort, it's that fine line of this is real or I'm crazy. So me having this same relationship with plants and things of that sort, and them impart knowledge upon me, like, and they show me, they tell me the ways I need to go. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff I wouldn't be able to do on my own, especially most of my work has been based in Pittsburgh. I recently just moved back home to my hometown of Gary, and I'm doing the same thing here. And I'm trusting my environment to open the doors necessary to get me to where I need to go. But if you're in connection with your environment, I mean, trees, go out, talk to your tree. I know it sounds crazy, but we also can't be afraid to connect with spirit, plants, whatever speaks to us how we need to in our immediate environment. And those things will provide for you. You may not always have a connection. I wasn't native.
You brought that up because if any of us in here are saying that we are practicing some type of spirituality, we need to ban even saying that people could potentially think that we're crazy by embracing the highest form of technology on this planet.
Exactly.
Like if
the
you want to
pieces of wisdom on this planet too.
Decolonize yourself from that right there. It is very normal to walk next to one of the greatest giants and beings on this planet, which are trees, and get a message. Like, hold that real. Like, don't let people clown your ancestors. Tell your family members and tell the children of your bloodline that this is something that is sacred and true to who we are. This isn't just some woo-woo stuff. This is a very high, science. And I love that we're being overgrown in the urban areas because Mother Nature is saying yes, yes to us.
Yes.
So all the people who are upset that our urban areas are being overgrown, that's the mother saying, I got you.
Thanks. That's factual.
Live within the garden. Like, we're going to live at some point, walkable cities are going to be cities within land space. Like, don't let them pull that wool over your eyes. They want you to take that story somewhere else to be told the same thing. You stay where you are. You stay right where you are in your neighborhood and all of its disadvantages. You make it brighter and better by loving the plants and the land.
Find out where it's at and how you can propagate it and grow it and do the best you can. Connect to it any kind of way that you can. I'm telling you, just a little bit of connection to it is going to open up worlds.
So many doors.
And we are practitioners of root work. There's no insanity in us talking to the plants and the plants talking back to us. Because when you open up that conversation, when you say, I'm ready to hear from you, I'm ready to learn from you, I'm ready to know what you need from me, right? They will not shut up talking to you. They will not stop.
That's true.
I'm serious. They're gonna be telling you what's what. They're gonna offer you guidance, right? You know, plants they are selfish, but they're not selfish. They know that we are here for each other, right? So get out there and really get in the mix of things in any way that you can. Go to the local libraries, the schools. See if
One thing I want to say, far as getting connected in your community, I know everybody's cities and stuff is different, but sometimes, depending on where you live, just talking to different organizations, like I said, like you were about to say, getting involved in schools, talking to your schools about, you know, STEM projects or things of that sort, if that's your interest or whatever. It's not all about money, but sometimes if some people see you doing it, see you out here foraging, they'll come ask you questions and things of that sort. So, and just getting out, if you see a vacant space, no, some people are like, anywho, it don't even matter what nobody else is, but go talk to your politicians too, right? Sometimes you got to raise some hells in order to get the results that you want. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you see something that you know that your city is not doing nothing with, go talk to somebody about it and don't be afraid. And if you already have established a relationship with that particular piece of land, that door will also be open for you as well. It's something I want to say, like, just open your mouth.
I definitely want to piggyback off what LaRish mentioned too. It's important that you come to the plants in a correct way. You need to ask for permission. You know, asking for permission before you utilize it, and making sure that you're taking just enough, but not too much. Maybe it needs to be shared with the rest of the community, like the animals, the other people. But once you build that relationship, sort of like Portia's saying, called land stewardship, when you start building that relationship more, you know, it's not as formal, but I do, when going to forage, I do ask for permission. They normally holler at me first, and then it's like, oh, I see you over there. And then I ask for permission, but I often leave them with something. So I bring things in my basket to leave, but if I don't have something like that, I'll sing. I'll leave a poem, I'll leave a meditation. I'll notice that maybe there was a bruise on the tree, and then I'll, you know, do some handwork to bring healing to that. But for the most part, bring your whole humble self, and you'll be surprised how impactful they are to your everything. Like, this way is our way. We come from this. And I want to say, if you are practicing any type of spiritual practice, especially hoodoo, find yourself immersed and steeped in nature every day. Every day. Not stuff from Amazon, and I'm not judging that, but go outside for real and feel the sun and the wind and the rain and the elements kiss yourselves and your bodies as often as possible. It reminds you that you're human and you're divine. That is the whole purpose of hoodoo, is returning you back to who you are, reminding you that you are real.
That's right. So do you see, like, you cannot separate hoodoo from the land. You can't separate hoodoo from the land. You cannot separate hoodoo from the land. You cannot separate yourself from the land. If you are a practitioner of hoodoo, you have to get into the land, get into some dirt. There's an elemental ritual, a communion ritual that I give to students whenever they sign up for a class with me. And I'm going to tell y'all how to do it so that you can just open up your connection to nature. If you're having a difficult time initiating that, getting that cord or feeling that cord, because it's never gone, it's always there. You're always connected to nature. If you're scared of bugs and you jump when spiders crawl near you, you are still connected to that, right? One of the things that you can do is this, right? So, you know, in hoodoo, the idea is that mirrors are portals, right? And if you ever go into an old school hoodoo lady's house or a hoodoo man's house, their mirrors are covered up, or they don't even got one. It's somewhere up in the attic or down in the basement, and they use it, if they use it, very sparingly, right? So I hold mirrors as sacred, right? And when I am trying to get myself reconnected to nature, I do this, right? I set my work mirror. I have a work mirror that's consecrated just for work. And I set that up somewhere comfortable, and I get into a seated position. I put something that represents each of the 4 elements in front of me, okay? So for earth, I might put whoever that is, John Ross. All right, John. Why you not on mute, bro? All right. And for earth, I put a potted plant in front of me. For water, I'll put a glass of water. For air, I might put incense so I can watch the smoke. And for fire, I'll put my oil lamp or a candle in front of me. Okay, I keep an oil lamp because that's what my ancestors used. And I try to do things as close to them in the ways that is practical for me, because it makes me feel more connected. So I'll put my oil lamp or a candle in front of me. So I have something for all 4 elements, and I know that I'm spirit, right? And I will sit with my mirror here and each of these things in front of the mirror, okay? And I focus on each element in front of me for a little bit of time. I'll spend a few minutes on earth, and then I'll move to fire and stay there for a while, then move to, you know, and so on and so forth. And just to get myself connected to them on a mental level, which then goes to a physical level. As you're connecting to it here, you're connecting to it here, you're connecting to it spiritually, right? You're already connected to it spiritually. So it's just getting your mind oriented with the elements and your physical body oriented with the elements as well. Touch it, right? Touch the fire. Of course, don't burn yourself, right? But touch it, touch the earth. Put your fingers in the water, right? Taste it. Put your fingers in the air. Put your fingers in the smoke. Watch how your fingers interrupt the motion of the smoke circles, right? Like get yourself literally in the feeling of the element. So that way, as you're outside in nature, you are now oriented to, you're watching the wind blow the trees, right? You're watching how the trees are like your fingers interrupting that wind, making it move and moving it a different way, and the trees are swaying in the wind. You're noticing how the dirt feels under your feet versus how the sand feels under your feet versus how concrete feels under your feet, right? You're getting yourself acclimated to these things. Work on talking to the bugs instead of running from them. right? Work through the fear. Be like, God damn, I really feel like running from this hole. Don't run, right? She ain't gonna hurt you. The spiders, they don't want to hurt you. Spiders really like people and they understand us, right? There was one time I was outside with my aunt. We talk on the porch every time she comes to visit me. We go out on the porch and we be out there till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, just yapping our jibs. And we were out there, and this spider, about the size of my fist, I'm exaggerating, it was really big though, it was about this big. They come flying down on their webs, right? Crawling around on the porch, and then they'll fly back up or crawl up on whatever web they came down in from the tree down to where we are, right? And so as it's crawling up the web, getting away from me, it stops right here. And I promise you, it turned around and looked at me, right? And my fear, out loud, I said, get the fuck on, right? And the spider just stood there looking at me. Just stood there looking at me while after I said, get the fuck on, that spider said, oh, really? And I ain't say nothing else. I said, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Spider. You got it. You got it. You got it. I'm sorry. And after I said that, he walked right back up. They have an understanding. They know. I don't know if they speak English, but they speak vibration, right? So I'm pretty, so these are our brothers and our sisters, our siblings, our family. We are a part of this earth. This earth is a part of us. So we're going to have to find ways to work through our fears, right?
Yes.
Work through that colonial fear and become friends.
Yep. Or die.
Right.
Or die.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of us are buying things that we put on our bodies that keep us completely disconnected from nature. And it's okay sometimes, but not every day, all the time, and all the time. We have to be very careful. We're like, this is the greatest piece of fabric nature could have ever made. You're wearing this, this suit, this art. Yeah.
Right.
I did want
that.
I will. I'll talk about that avatar suit, and I'm really grateful again that Hoodoo Hussy came through to talk about real food. I'm always telling people to eat real food. You know, to eat real food means that you have to maintain what realness looks like. And I like the fact that another person opened up to say this is what real Black people look like and what they do and what it is. Shout out to that. Like, okay, that we got a couple of little touch-ups and or enhancements, but we can't forget that the real technology is supposed to look a certain way, right? So speaking of talking about our bodies, which can also be the very thing why some of us aren't being called, that we think we're not being called to nature because we think we aren't small enough or fit enough to come outside or to hike.
Yeah.
You know, to canoe, garden, to farm, you know, and for most of my life, I have always been a plus size girl and I've done everything. And I'm so grateful that I finally decolonized my body by telling myself, you look like the Venus of Willendorf.
You better say it.
Big belly, strong back. I look like my ancestors that built this nation, straight like that.
Thank you. Yes.
Right? I can out farm anybody because I own it and it's my passion. That is what keeps me winning and keeps me strong. And when I finally let go of that idea, I had to look a certain way to hike or farm or wildcraft. My goodness, the freeness that happens, my expansion and my knowledge and my wisdom and my knowing just amplified itself. So I'm giving a shout out to all them big body girls out there that's still doing it all. You got the capacity of healing your family and your community with your plus size body.
Yes.
And I just want to piggyback real quick about the healing part. We also need to heal our ancestral trauma that's associated with farming the land, because a lot of us don't do it because, That's white people stuff. That's what white people used to do. But we used to do that stuff too. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people have stepped away from farming and things based off that negative stigma. Oh, this is slavery. This is connected to slavery. I ain't no slave. I'm not none of this. That's dead because we need to feed ourselves. We need to sustain ourselves. And the only reason the powers that be control us is because we won't connect with the land how we're supposed to. We don't have the ability to feed ourselves how we need to. But once we start connecting and farming and growing our own food and taking control of the things that we consume, they can't say nothing to us. There's no door that can be shut on us once we do that.
And that's what Hoodoo Hussy was telling us. We continue to tell our stories. It is through the storytelling. Talk about your collard greens.
Yes.
Talk about talk about your gardens. Talk about the plant. Talk about the tree that's in front of your house that's been looking at you make these crazy decisions. Whole time living there. You know, talk about your fire bush. Talk about the dandelion wine. Talk about the vinegar from your apple trees. Like, if you don't talk about these foodways or have language for our children, then it's gonna get lost, and it's gonna be the KFCs and all of the Popeyes take over something that we know is inherently ours and considered sacred foods.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So we need, but we're not talking about it. We're talking, but we're not talking about it in the right way.
Yes.
There we go.
Right. And we're not having this moment where it is connected with everything. Like, we wouldn't have wood for our homes if it wasn't for the mother. Right. Yep. We wouldn't have some of those things that are living. So we need to be mindful that these new living beings that are living amongst them, these plastics, which is a living being. You hear me?
Let's talk about that.
Yep.
You know, this is why it's important that we get in touch with who we are, because there are worlds upon worlds trying to align with the origin story of us. Eating fake foods and storing your foods in too much plastic be mindful of that. Plastic is now being found inside of our bodies because it's up against everything.
Factual.
You know, and oiling America. Everything is oil. You know, and again, I love Hoodoo Hussy bringing that. It's food that she was talking about, but let's one time for the hog. You know what I'm saying? From lamp oil to skincare to preservation, you know, to gut healing, you know, and I'm not talking this processed animal that you kicked and cussed out or it never walked before. I'm talking just some good old fashioned animal. That's so whole foods, real foods is so vibrantly important. And you need to smile and you need to talk more about how beautiful it is to be connected to nature. Because when I go into the schools, they want to farm. I'm changing the trajectory of what farming looks like. Yes, we know that we seeing a white farmer, 56, 65 years old, Carhartt, hat ball cap on as farmer. But when I walk into the room and I talk about the possibility of Black tomatoes, they're like, what? What did you talk about? Tomatoes not Black. You know, but all of the full spectrum of colors and doing it through joy and not only talking about slavery. They have to see me love it. And they need to own it too. And we can't just go say, this is at the grocery store. We need to point at backyards and our apothecaries and say, this is mugwort. Red clover.
This is where it grows.
This is where it grows. This is what it looks like. You know, children should be caught journaling what these plants look like. Because if there ever came a time where someone tried to wipe away what was on the plant origin story, who's going to be left to tell it?
Yes.
Civil rights movement, it existed as long as it did for one reason alone. The farmers were in sync. Who was feeding those people?
Right.
That's what Fannie Lou come in. You know,
I want to talk about.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
No, you go ahead and take it to the next level.
No, I just we are coming close to the end. But I gave everyone your IG so that they can continue to follow your work and keep up with what you're doing. There was they had
I did want to share one thing too.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to share a recipe before you go.
Is that sumac?
It is sumac.
I love sumac. It's so good.
It is. I wanted to just share how this wonderful vinegar that I make from it.
Ooh. I gotta send you my address.
This vinegar is it's indigenous. It's indigenous, y'all. Sumac is indigenous. However you get it into your life, you should get it if you find it. And it is definitely the name of another plant that's poisonous, but they look nothing alike. This is staghorn sumac, which looks like furry, liminally snicket little furry, either like a lemonade tea or yeah. So getting it in some vinegar is vinegars are another one of our I would love to work with Hoodoo Hussey talking about fermented foods in our people for preservation.
Yes. Oh, this was so nourishing. I wanted to mention Victory Gardens too. But that's even prior to Victory Gardens. In the 50s and the 40s, 30s, and all before that, a garden in your yard, front or back, was not foreign. It wasn't weird. It wasn't off. Everybody on the street had a garden in the yard. Okay. They had competitions. Competitions on who grew the best, biggest, sweetest, who had the best garden. So I hope that, for anybody who's a homeowner, even if you have an apartment, get something going with your neighbors. Get a healthy competition going. Who can grow the biggest kitchen container garden? Who can make it the most organized? Who got it taken over their whole house? Award people for doing things like that, even if it's just compliments, So I want to say thank you to my guests for coming through. Monisha said, before we go, can we talk how radiant and beautiful Risha and everyone looks? Thank you.
Yes.
Y'all do look so beautiful, so radiant. And
I did want to also leave some books for people to check out. 4 Seasons of Mojo by Stephanie Rosebird is one of the books. Wonderful book if you're beginning, starting out, even for season. And also Farming While Black by Leah Pinham. Excellent work. It's a great way to get you started and getting you more active and learning more about food sovereignty, which is really talking about how foods that are culturally appropriate should be accessible in your neighborhoods. I'd also like to share Growing Out Loud. That's by Brother Nuri, which is a wonderful book. He's an amazing grower, world traveler extraordinaire. So those are 3 books that I would like to recommend. And if you connect with me on any of my social media pages, and you didn't hear that or remember, I could share that. And I'll stop chatting.
You keep chatting because I can't wait. We're gonna have another event when the spring growing season comes around. You can find Mama Sophia on IG at Ladybugs Farm. Okay. I'll go ahead and put it in here again. Hold on one second. Ladybugs Farm. And Portia is at Shiloh Divine Farms.
Yep, Shiloh Divine
Okay.
Farms _ on Instagram.
And I'm also Mama Sophia's Wisdom on Instagram as well.
Yes.
I really enjoyed myself. Thank you so much. I
Yes.
appreciate you.
Thank you, Rich, for inviting me to speak as well.
Mm-hmm. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Both of y'all are welcome anytime and every time. And I thank you. I'm so honored for your presence. You have really nourished me and fed me this conversation. And I'm gonna go ahead and make way for, I don't know if he's here. Brother Tevin from Mirror Mercy, if you are here, please drop a line in the chat so that I can add you. And if you are not, I'm gonna need my little money back. Now let me stop. Is he here? Are you here? Y'all hold tight. Give me 1 second. If he's not here, then I will have to do this conversation, do his panel. I'm about to pull some people from the audience to do this with me. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, we can take a little 5-minute intercession right now as well. TJ said you play too much. We'll take a 5-minute intercession. We'll come back at 9:20. 9:22. I said I was about to say 23, but 9:22. All right. All right. So, our next panelist has gone AWOL. Brother Tevin from Mirror Mercy. Hopefully he will give me a call back soon. But his topic was, hold on, let me pull it up. Imagination, freedom, and the collective consciousness. Okay. I have so many thoughts about that topic. Imagination, freedom, and the collective consciousness. Something I remember something I did say earlier. Imagining the world that we want to live in and creating that. Joy said, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and bring Joy in because she is the one to talk to about this very thing. Anybody else want to get in on this conversation? I will take 2 more people. Anybody who knows what they see in their minds and they are manifesting it from their hearts, TJ, all right, you can come on through too. Unmute yourself and we could get started.
All right,
I
can you
did
hear
say
me?
9:22. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you turn on your camera for me?
I tried to at the beginning of this and I don't know how to. It's my roomie's computer. It's plugged in, but the light isn't coming on and there's no button on the actual camera. Let me see. I don't know. Let me see if I can go into like the little bar. What do you call this bar? You know the bar at the bottom of the computer?
What you mean?
You know, like where your date and time and stuff is and the sound stuff. I sound like an old
I don't know
woman
if
and
that
I'm
is
not an old woman. Yeah, the
for the
taskbar.
taskbar. Jennifer said click the arrow next to the video button on Zoom.
Yeah. Oh, it's
All
turned.
right.
Oh, it turned on. I'm dead. Wow. Hold on.
Joy, unmute yourself. Mari, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Come on down the line. Come on down. What are we right now? He's this Wheel of Fortune right now, y'all. You never know what's gonna happen. And you just gotta roll with it. So yeah, TJ on deck, Marietta Altanor, and Joy Kimmett. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce my illustrious impromptu panel for imagination, freedom, and the collective consciousness. Okay, first up we have Captain TJ. That's it. That's the name. It's just Captain TJ. And you don't shorten it to Captain or T or TJ. It's Captain TJ. Okay. Captain TJ, I met a few years ago, and while they are what most old heads would classify a youngin', this is a youngin' who is wiser than most old heads I know. Okay. Not just because of her life experience offering her wisdom, but the nature of her spirit, right? The age of her spirit, the ancientness of her spirit. So this is a young person who I have seen uproot herself with such bravery that I never had at that age. And most people I know didn't have at that age, and just completely move to another state and thrive. And even if they ain't feel like they was thriving, they was thriving. They had come into so much power and understanding of self. And I think that they are perfect for this panel. Okay. They have an organization called the Dark Mother, and I'm going to let them tell you all about that. Next, we have Marietta Altanor, who is a nurse by day and a superhero by night. She is a mother of one. She has a son who is turning a year old in a couple of, turning 2. Goodness gracious.
Tomorrow.
Yeah,
Tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Yes, tomorrow. Yes, his birthday is tomorrow. We met 2 years ago now, when I first put together Root Babies, which started out as an initiative where I was going to be helping mothers or, birthing parents period, learn how to care for their children through holistic means, specifically healing foods, and child-safe herbs. And we connected there, and I have seen her grow leaps and bounds in her personhood and her power and her understanding of self from the time I met her to now. And I'm so proud to have her on this panel. And last but not least, we have Joy Kimmett, who is one of my favorite humans on earth. And we're going to talk about imagination, freedom, and the collective consciousness. I'm going to shut up and let them take it away.
I'm on a panel with some of my favorite people. I mean, this conference is just full of my favorite people and people that I admire and people that I've been watching for a long time. So I just wanted to say that I'm glad to be here. I have a lot more to say because it's a wonderful topic, but I just wanted to say that.
Yes. All right, you guys can hear me. When I heard Reese say that, the very first thing I wanted to talk about was what I commented on your post, Joy, about how sending back like love and healing to our past childhood selves. And imagine, because I'm a writer and I've been writing and journaling since I was like in the 5th grade. Imagine finding an entry from one of our old journals, and on that particular day it was just a better day than other days because our older selves were sending back that energy. And last year we talked about time traveling, Reese, right, in your panel. We talked about time traveling and time vortex, I believe.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And like
We
creating
talked
different
about dimension
timelines.
jumping, time travel
Yeah.
and dimension jumping. And how when you address your childhood trauma in a direct way, you are literally going back in time to heal your child self, right? Even if it's in very small increments. If the fear grips you and you just touch on it a little bit, if you
Right.
give it a name, if you call the abuse out, if you give the trauma a name, you can start the healing process, right? If you can say, this is who did this to me, this is how it affected me from then to now, and this is what they deserve for what they did to me. If you can just address those 3 things, you will have put yourself so far deep into your healing, you won't even know what hit you. I've seen it happen over and over again, right? In my shadow work class, those are the first 3 things we address. I have people write letters to their child selves. I have people write letters to their abusers and say that exact thing. This is what you did to me. I'm calling it out by name. I'm giving it a name. I'm giving it a word. This is what you did to me. This is how it affected me from then to right now. This is how it transformed me, right? And this is what you deserve for what you did to me. And I have seen people shift over and over and over again, year after year after year, because just through addressing those 3 things. But go ahead. I ain't mean to take over your joint. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying like that is the power of imagination. And I feel like a lot of people underestimate the power of imagination because we don't lose it as we get older and as we become adults. Um, and also the power of our dreams, like, because it's a popular belief that when we're dreaming, we are traveling to different dimensions or we're traveling to our dreamscapes and we're creating these things. And I don't know how many of y'all experience vivid dreams. Hold on, my cat. I don't know how many of y'all experience vivid dreams, but I experienced my dreams are so vivid to the point sometimes it's hard to figure out if they're actual memories or not. And it's like, yo, son, that's our brain doing that. And people need to stop underestimating the power of that.
So
Oh,
I want
and
to
hi, Kat.
so I want to speak to imagination and just like I mean, like there's a point I think where people are talking like Portia was talking earlier and she's like something about talking to the trees and being like, but that's crazy, you know? And there's a point in which where we are engaging with our creative faculties that are outside of our five senses. That many people would say are imagination. That we get to a point where we're engaging in that and then we're like, oh, this is crazy, or people are going to think this is crazy, or people are going to think, but if we are to begin to walk in paths of liberation, then those paths have to come outside of the very small, narrow constraints, ideas of what reality is. And the only way that we can do that is to be in conversation with our imagination, to be in conversation with, those things that people see as crazy or outside of the norm or a little weird or whatever the case may be. Because liberation, our liberation, our abundance, our freedom, the truth, all of those things, they don't really exist inside of what we think of as normal day-to-day reality. They exist where our imagination is. They exist on those in those really narrow, in those really expansive spaces when we put our hands on the tree and we start getting messages, and a lot of times like, oh, you're making that up, but or that's imagination. But what we've been taught to see is us playing make-believe or us making things up isn't necessarily making things up. It's not necessarily just imagination. It's us engaging with our faculties of creation and our faculties of relationship beyond just the physical. So I think even talking about, right, Kat, that is so true. Like one of the first things I think that that is so real about oppression, not real about oppression, but one of the first things that oppression does is it truncates, it cuts us off from what we consider to be imagination. It relegates it to the realm of the child, to the realm of play, to the realm of, the not serious or the unimportant. And so the serious stuff, the important stuff is like the bills, the work, the job, maybe the relationship, the school, all the titles. But the things that put us in relationship with spirit, the things that put us in relationship with earth, the things that put us in real relationship with each other. Oh no, that's weird. That's, you're just playing make believe. You're being crazy. And we really have to destigmatize, the imagination, because I don't know if anybody else, I do know that when Sophia was talking about like talking to the trees and talking to the plants and building relationships with the plants and, coming with respect, that there were so many people who were like, yeah, you got to do that, and if we are actually talking about the ways in which we engage that are outside of, the normal everyday ways of engaging, then we'll start to destigmatize what we think of as imagination and crazy and weird and all of those things. All right, I'm done.
When we talk about that, like, I don't know, I've been rewatching, for example, like Lovecraft Country. I really love it. I think despite terribly how they treated Misha Green, Risha actually just put me onto that, like, learning so much. But anyway, watching Lovecraft Country, there was the episode about Hippolyta and how she could name herself as anything. And not to give it away, I don't know who's watched it, but just to kind of reference it, one part of that show, they I'm not sure, and forgive me, Spirit, for not knowing who it is who is speaking, but she was like speaking, there was some poetry or some spoken word, and it talked about being Black as being a myth. I mean, and I really like it, that really resonated with me, because it's like, damn, like our existence is not even real on this plane, like at least in America, like the way that I'm walking. And so it's like thinking about that and thinking about how we have to get imaginative in order for us to like live and survive. And like thinking of myself as a myth, like if I'm bringing in, like yesterday I went to a party where, they were like, bring in somebody, if it's even you, like a child part of yourself. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Me and this at this party, we've all been in the presence of Joy. Joy is a mentor of mine, and she talks so much about play and how, like, I just think about like the depths and the groundwork in that, in order to like reclaim those things, reclaim like the ability to even think in that way, because it has been stripped from us. I'm very nervous, but I'm like,
sure. No, I was just saying for sure. Keep going, keep going.
It's something that, like, I don't know, sitting with that for a while has been something that I've been doing lately, of just like, when was it that I stopped playing or stopped imagining myself in this way? Because, like, I think about, like, the person that I'm becoming now, like, as we're on here and I'm like preparing myself, because, you know, I'm in this human body and I do get anxious, you know, to be in conversation, especially like impromptu, but I'm all for like last minute changes and kind of just putting myself out here in this way that for so long since childhood, I remember like being imaginative, but I'm thinking about imagination as even maybe something deeper than just like this plane that, you know, we learn is something that's like woo woo or whatever that means, you know, like that's something that's so inaccessible and unattainable, but more so just a remembrance. Like when I was a child, I used to sit in the bathtub and like make potions and give them weird names. And I had names for like the hills that I used to ride my bike up. It was like Munga Junga and Tiki Tiki. And I didn't have access to Black literature and things. So I was just making these things up. And of course, I lived in a small city called Sharon, Pennsylvania. It's like a hood in the middle of Amish country in a sense. And like not knowing my place in the world and like this mythicism that is what I feel is like Blackness, like blinking and being like, is this even like, this is not real, number one, but number two, like my existence obviously cannot be real because I'm not even able to access all of who I am. I'm not able to access, and like, for example, I'm taking like herbs, like I'm using the support that I have, whether it be the trees that I just go outside and commune with, or the tincture that I pull out because my ancestors told me, or, you know, when I was like coming back to that child part that was just making these, it was water in cups, but it's like, I'm excited to create like a new timeline, which is the name of this, you know, the whole conference of just creating a new timeline of like what this world is coming to. Because I feel like there's like this portal that we're all approaching where we can, it's an opportunity to like reclaim this. So
we're in the portal right now. We're in the portal right this second. Jasmine Walker, go ahead and unmute yourself. I see you raise your hand.
Can I say something to?
Yeah, right. Okay, go ahead.
Who's talking? I'm sorry.
I wanted to say something too, but go ahead.
No, I wanted to say something to John because John has said, do you think that as Black people's our imaginative abilities aren't nurtured? And I think when you are looking at the history of Black people in this country, the point of white supremacy and oppression, like the point of this, the whole thing was to turn us into tools, right? To turn us into objects that could be shaped in the image of, you know, whatever their imagination is, whatever their imagination was, right? And in order to shape somebody else in your image or into a tool, that means that you have to void them of everything that, or anything that makes them human or makes them have a relationship with, you know, with other beings. So if you are, for instance, and it's not just Black folks that this was done to, because like if you look at the whole Industrial Revolution and you look at how they you know had their children, they had their children working, you know, at ages of 5 and shit, you know, in the factories and all of that. There was a real push to, you know, produce people that were just tools for the enrichment of other people, of white people, you know. And so in that way, you have to shut off, you have to attempt to destroy a person's ability to dream and a person's a people's ability to imagine anything for them beyond the plantation, beyond the systems, and beyond the steps that are given to them by white supremacy, that are given to them by capitalism, that are given to them by patriarchy, that are given to them by assistance. In order to keep people in boxes, you have to keep them from dreaming. You have to keep them from imagining. And the reality is that it is so in opposition to, and you do that part of the way you do that is by telling people that imagination isn't important, that it is child's play, that it is something that you put away when you become an adult. But the reality is that if you look at different systems, if you look at even different magical systems, like for instance, Tibetan Buddhism, the development of the faculty of envisioning is so potent, to the point where you are building an architecture inside of yourself, inside of yourself while you're meditating, and you're envisioning thousands of temples and thousands of gods and all of their jewelry down to the pinky toe, and how they interact with each other and interplay, and so you're building whole worlds inside of your mental scape, and that is something that is developed, that is something that is encouraged and developed, that is a type of spiritual technology. Whereas here in the West, the impetus of technology was put on tools. And so we have a lot of people that we have the ability to, in the West, white people have the ability to like blow up the globe, but can't envision a system that's not capitalism. And so it's the paucity of imagination that has impacted us because we are here, but that is encouraged by this system in general. That means that we have a lot of power, but we don't have the imaginative maturity to know what to do with that power. And if we are going to be making pathways of liberation for ourselves, and this is the job of Hoodoo, this is the job of Hoodoo, because when we were brought here, some of us, most of us, our ancestors was brought here. When we was brought here, and we had to learn the language of the plants here, and we had to learn the language of the spirits here, and we had to learn the language of the trees here. We had to learn the language of each other here, and then we had to imagine and envision ways for us to remain fucking alive in a system that was trying to kill us and continues to try to kill us
to this day.
The point of Hoodoo was to part of it is to retain that imaginative spark, whatever the white person gives us or has given us, that we take that and we can imagine ourselves free. Like when we talk about Harriet Tubman, and somebody brought up the fact that she was a lucid dreamer, when you talk about Harriet Tubman, she says, my people are free. She had already imagined it. She had already envisioned that freedom. And in envisioning that freedom, put herself to the task of embodying that freedom here in the here and now. But if we don't have that, ability to envision, to see, to move forward, to create that architecture of liberation and freedom inside of our own minds, then the steps that we are taking are performative.
Right.
And so we have to allow ourselves to go beyond the pale, to literally go beyond the pale, to be weird, to be what we think of as crazy,
right?
To be to take them steps and maybe be a little childlike, talk to the trees and the chipmunks when people were looking. See those songs, y'all like them songs that I was singing, but I got them songs from the trees. That's who gave me them songs. And every time I go to the woods, if I'm by myself, I get song after song after song after song. That's part of our job, to be in relationship with the earth. That's part of our job as human beings. White people have forgotten. Hoodoo is for us to not forget. So when we talk about imagination, it's not imagination like Elon Musk, like trying to go to Mars. It's imagination. It's another sense. It's another faculty of knowing that is available to us. That is the truth that's available to us when we allow ourselves to extend that. It's like having another arm or another head or another, you know what I'm saying? It is a superpower, but it is something that is real. So if we downplay it as, oh, this is kiddish, this is childish, this is ridiculous, this is weird, this is crazy, this is stupid, it's like we hopping around on one leg.
Right.
So essentially what you're saying is that imagination, hold on, because John said it again. He said it up here.
I believe that imagination is the first. Oh, my bad.
You good. I want to address it because what she said was when we don't access our imagination, we're literally cutting off the part of ourselves that is the magic. John said, I'm sure we're going to get to this, but how do you guys think we can broaden the spectrum of using imagination and workings and our magic? For example, not just relying on candle magic because we have way more. Stop relying on the internet for work. Don't ask nobody for work. Don't go Googling work. Go outside and ask the elements for work. Go to your altar and ask your ancestors to show you what to do. They will show you exactly what to do. They probably been telling you and you just been not paying attention.
That's right.
Or they've been telling you or you not believe. You think you crazy. You like, oh, what was that? It was grandma telling you to go ahead and get that cinnamon out the cabinet and put it in your bath water. That was her telling you to put it in a cup and gargle it, right? Because it ain't just for the bath, it's also for your throat. It's also for a whole bunch of things. She was telling you, go ahead and sprinkle, go over there, hurry up and get that stuff over there. You felt it. You just ignored it because you're like, damn, I can't do that. That's somebody's house. Fuck that. Hurry up. Go get that shit you need and hurry up. Go grab it. Don't say nothing. Just go get it. Spirit is going to tell you. Go ahead, TJ. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that right quick.
Nah, I love your personality. You're so funny. Go and get it. No, I was just wanted to say what Joy is saying. Like, imagination is the first step to creation, and like that's what manifesting is. When we're envisioning things, I'm like, what is the placebo effect? People think, oh, we just tricked you. It's like, no, your body believed that this was medicine to make it stronger, to make it heal, and that's what it turned it into. Because when people feel pain, that's not imagination. So if you take something that someone told you would make you feel better, and then they tell you afterwards it was just water, when you were taking it in your body, it wasn't just water. And another thing that Joyce said was like, what pushes us away from our imagination and that creative energy that we have is people calling us fucking crazy. Like, ever since I was a child, I always taught myself. I always like to be alone. And I always like to like lay on the slide and look at the clouds, look at the trees, swish back and forth. And even as an adult, when I started talking to my ancestors, I would imagine what they would be saying to me. I couldn't hear my ancestors. Like, so if you would be coming out just saying that they could just hear the ancestors talking to them. It's not that I don't believe them, but it's like, we don't hear our ancestors the way that we hear each other right now. Not all of us, at least. And that helped me to build a stronger relationship with them. I like Disney growing up. I'm a Disney kid. And you know how all Disney, right? You know how all Disney princesses talk to the animals and whatnot? Like they have this special connection with nature. A while ago, I went out for a walk and I found this perfect hidey hole in nature. And literally a squirrel came, like, I've never seen a squirrel this close to me. I could see all the patterns in its fur and it had like this wound on its neck. And I went there with the intention of like being so still that it was as if I was a part of nature so that I could observe what was around me. And that was the day that I posted about the Blue Jays. First of all, the Blue Jays are dirty. All right. They did the sparrows dirty that day because they was looking for food. They came out mad. Right. They came out mad early. And then the sparrows came out with their little selves and they looking in the exact same places the Blue Jays were looking. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna find shit there. And you hear them chit chatting. Talking about get away, because they're mad territorial. They're like, get away from here. What are you doing over here? Like, I'll beat your ass. I'm just like, okay, hold on. But when the squirrel came up to me, I did try talking to it, but I talked to it out loud, and I realized I shouldn't have done that because it sent it away. And I was like, next time.
No, I talk to the motherfuckers out loud.
Oh,
they
you
be
do?
talking to me out loud. They rude as shit.
Yeah, squirrels mean as hell.
They are.
I was doing I used to do telepathy exercises with animals and bugs some years back, and like the bugs, like dragonflies were very receptive to me, but I did it one time with a squirrel. I was meditating in the woods, like I was same spot I saw that deer, and I started to attempt communication with the squirrel, and he got mad at me.
Yes.
And he started cussing at me. He was yelling. He was like, out loud yelling at me.
Squirrels don't have time for us. Like,
they don't have time for us.
They all have their person. They have their own little world, and they're only curious about us in as much as we give them food. Like, other than that, they got their own little societies. They got their own little friendships. They're not stunting us. Like, they're not.
Right. Oh, who talked about that? Like, subtle connections with nature. When I'm outside, I be stepping on acorns to pack it for them. So when they come, it's just easier to get, and I don't litter. I make a conscious decision not to litter.
Though, TJ is like, like going back to like having that relationship with them, feeding the squirrels so they don't fuck up your garden.
Oh, yes.
Like, give them
put some nuts out around the perimeter of the garden. Yeah.
And give them, and I saw somebody that said that they were giving somebody said my favorites are possums. There was a possum in my chicken coop the other day. My chicken just jumped right on that. Jumped right on the possum and just sat there like a little egg. I was like,
oh shit.
Somebody said, I think John said something about imagination that I wanted to you said broaden the spectrums of our imaginations. I think we're just not just taking it, like being obedient, like Reese, like you was talking about, Reese. Like, when we get the impetus, when we get the push, like spirit is loud. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Our ancestors are loud. The trees are loud. The earth is loud. Our hearts are loud, when we are with each other. And, when we're with each other, our hearts sync up, literally sync up. There's connections that we had that aren't explained by, that aren't explained by physics. And that aren't explained by like what we know as physics, and this is the way we survived as people. We didn't know each other's languages. We didn't know each other. A lot of us didn't even fuck with each other. Our ancestors didn't really fuck with each other for real. And it ended all up in the same motherfucking boat, going across that same motherfucking water. You know what I'm saying? And landing on the same goddamn land, And if the things that we're talking about is so supernatural here, was just like second nature, is just like our breath. And it was just that loud. But what gets in the way of us hearing it is that we let our fears be louder, our doubts be bigger, our worries and concerns, about the day-to-day be louder than what our ancestors are telling us to do. I don't know how many people that's out here and your ancestors told you've been worrying about the same shit. And your ancestors told you to do something 3 months ago. You know what I mean? And you finally get around.
All right, Joy. You ain't gotta be reading niggas like that.
You finally get around to doing that shit. And it's like, man, you know what I mean? Like so much of the cross, so much of what we think of as crossing, like we go out and buy all the candles and all the, all the oils and all the, and I'm not saying I have nothing against that, but we go out and do all those things, and we just really need to be obedient.
Right.
Be obedient, but when we think that it's made up, we think we're just making shit up. You know what I mean? But this is also why the purpose of community, right? Because we can all sit around here and talk about squirrels and we know what the fuck each other's talking about.
Right.
Right.
You know what I mean? We can all sit up here and talk about, you know, what the ancestors have said, and and to us, and we getting the same messages. And one of the things, this is what I wanted to say. This is actually why I jumped back on. Thank y'all for letting me ramble this long, because this is why I jumped back on here to say is that Black imagination is sacred. Black imagination is sacred, and that's something that, you know, that is the one thing that I think that if we can just connect to that understanding that our imagination is not just like beautiful or pretty or, you know, cute or whatever. It's not just like the driver of pop culture, you know, it's not just the driver of the economic engine, it's not just the driver of the mainstream, you know, of every, you know, of any type of culture in the United States. It is sacred. And I want y'all to take this, because, you know, y'all, if y'all have seen indigenous dress, right? Y'all have seen jingle dresses. Like, have you seen indigenous women with the jingle dresses? There's a woman had a dream about jingle dresses in the 1800s. And that's how jingle dresses started to came into being. It started with somebody's dream. You know what I mean? And one of the things about being Black in the diaspora and the transatlantic slave trade is that our culture is not seen as sacred, but we don't first and foremost see our culture, ourselves, and our imagination as sacred. So when we're getting dreams, we're not doing it. When we're getting nudges, we're not doing it. I mean, I got these songs, and I was told to share these songs. So I might feel like I sound ridiculous, or I sound crazy, or I sound stupid. I might feel that way, but at the end of the day, it's my job to be obedient to what I got. You know what I mean? So if we are talking about reclaiming, remembering, which is literally putting back together, to remember is to put back together. If we're talking about reclaiming and remembering and bringing ourselves together and bringing hoodoo to the forefront of who we are as people, then we have to begin to see ourselves as sacred, to see our imagination as sacred, to see our dreams as sacred, to see the way that we engage with life, with spirit as sacred, to see them nudges as sacred. And you could sit up here all day long and say, yeah, you know, I love my ancestors got me. But if you're not fucking listening to them, you know, I love the earth. I'm part, you know, the earth is my mother, or, you know, all that. But if you're not listening to the earth, if you're not listening to the trees, if you won't follow through, faith without works is dead. You know what I'm saying? And the works is putting the action behind the nudge.
Right.
Putting the action behind the dreams, behind the imagination. You know, and that's not just relegated to like, I dreamed that I was going to have a multi-billion-dollar business. No. That's like, I dreamed that I was going to decorate a tambourine. I dreamed that I was going to make bell anklets. I dreamed that I was going to put these goddamn beads in my hair. I love these beads, y'all. That's why I keep talking about them. You know?
We get messages through our imagination.
Yes. That's what I wanted to talk about. Go ahead on. Keep saying that. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh no, I was just saying, you know, we get messages through our imagination. And when we talk to ourselves, I don't know about y'all, but also when I was a little kid, I talked to myself a lot of the time. Like my cousin just thought I had an imaginary friend, but I always felt that made me feel safer. Like I was never alone. And who was I talking to? My higher self, probably. Because like, let me tell you something. Like when I was lost, and I guess I always had anxiety because I was always way too scared to go up to an adult and be like, which way do I go? So I would just stand there and feel it out, I guess, and make a decision. And it was the right decision. I didn't read any signs, but I just went the right way. And I knew where I wound up being, somewhere that looked familiar. I knew where I was by the time I got to where I was going. Or when I lost $1, and when I would pray, at that time I would just like, please help me find this money, because I had a problem losing money as a kid. And when we talk to, and when we first start that relationship with our plants and with our animals or with our ancestors, we are imagining what they would say to us, and then we start really hearing what they saying. Like you have, it's like a bridge, it's a pathway, it's a flow, it's a connection, like that thread to the consciousness, like to the universal consciousness. Like, I don't know about y'all, but on Facebook, when I be going through something or when I have a thought, it's like the next day, everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. Like the past 2 days, everyone's thoughts have been going crazy. Like my thoughts. I guess I haven't been writing enough. And now it's just like, pop, 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 pop. And I don't know what to do with it all. It's on fire. But yeah.
I think about just like pouring it out. Like I just think about embracing the mythicism of like being a Black person, because like the reality is they don't want us to believe that we are as magical as we are. So if we like just keep going out on these, like Joy talks about walking on like an invisible bridge, like, and we see that this, like, we're walking like on, I don't want to say on water, but like we're doing the things that are like myths. But it's like, what if we just only walk in that path? Like how it's like exciting. It feels scary too, you know, but it's like, what if we just move from that space only, like, and lead in like the uncertainty? Because there is so much, like, we are so held and supported by our plant gods, our animal gods, our ancestors, our spirits, you know, like they hold us so dear that we can just walk on water, in a sense, like just walk out into what is crazy, and like owning that craziness, and like owning that, like if we hear that, then it's like, I know I'm going on the right path, because otherwise our life doesn't exist if it don't look crazy right now. Like I think maybe that I'm thinking to myself, like, if somebody keeps saying I'm weird or crazy, I'm like, oh, thank you, spirit, for giving me like the heads up that I'm doing what the fuck I need to be doing. Because if it sounded sane, would it really be as imaginative and remembering and mystical as it really is? Like,
right.
It's like a complete flip of what they tried to put on us to shackle us down into believing some bullshit, because it is bullshit. I'm crazy then. I want to be the craziest motherfucker you ever met.
And that's a part of that decolonization process, right? Because somebody would take a person like you, right? And when I say you, I'm talking to the whole of us. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about us, right? Somebody would take a person like us who is so different, right? And so in these imaginary spaces, these imaginative spaces, we are like the imaginary friend that you had growing up, the one who said anything is possible, and then not only said it but showed you in some weird, strange way that anything actually is possible. We are that. We are imagination, right? We are exactly, when our ancestors wanted to take naps and rest and go to sleep for the day or a few hours, and didn't want to work and said, I'm not going to work. I'm not going out in that field today. I'm not going to that factory today. I'm not doing it. They don't treat me right. They don't act right. Right. And so we have the opportunity now to build community in such a way that we don't even have to participate in that shit. And that is what is that's what's in my imagination. That's what's in my imagination. Creating spaces where we can be self-sufficient and supportive of each other, even if we're not in the exact same area. We don't have to live in the same neighborhood and community to do that, right? There are so many ways to make that happen. And the collective consciousness that, you know, we talk about, that is all a collective. We are sick of this shit and we need some new examples of existence. We just want to be fine with existing. and being connected to this land and connected to each other and experiencing pleasure and fun and joy. And we sick of struggling. We sick of worrying about what this one and that one thinks of us. We just want to be, right? So we are imagination. We embody that. And so people are watching us. People are looking at you. And they like, let me see how this work out for her, because I ain't trying to go out on a limb and use my imagination to create no reality. This is what I know. I'm comfortable with this oppression. Better the devil I know than the devil I don't. Right?
And
So
how can our imagination not be reality when we're real and we're having it and it's happening?
Good question.
I'm eating, so I turned off my camera and I'm not talking as much, but I'm just saying, like, you know how they be wanting to trick us all the time. And that's how they oppress us, by making us think that it's not real, but it is.
Y'all watch that, y'all know I all right, so if anybody grew up Hotep like me, you know that the Hoteps reference the Matrix all day long, right? Because it's very much rooted in Hebrew Israelite ideology. It's very much Bible, very much Black people are the chosen people, so on and so forth, right? If you ever watch a Sophia Stewart interview, you hear her say, you know, that's exactly what she was saying. And any of you that grew up Hotep like me know that, because that's the ideology that we grew up on, right? Whether you were whatever you were, it was the Bible referencing Black people. If it was the Nation of Islam, it was the Bible referencing Black people. If it was the Ansars, it was some sort of Bible derivative referencing Black people, right? So, you know, like in the movie, in the film, where they're talking about how Neo created an imaginary world that he knew was going to help him find out exactly what really happened to him. Like that, as we create from our imaginations, we start to understand our own identities more. We start to understand what the actual real world really is outside of this construct. We all know that we live in somebody else's imagination of their ideal world. That's what the illusion is. It's not that we're going to wake up from a dream, right, one day and we'll be in some house in a castle that's floating and that's our real self. This is your real self. This spirit living in this body is your real material self, right? But the imagination that you use to create a new reality, that is you busting out of somebody else's imagination for their truth and their reality and their benefit. Think about what benefits you. What, let me take me out. Okay, I just found out. I took a test a few days ago, right? And I found out that it said, according to the test, I may have it diagnosed me with Asperger's syndrome, right? I don't know much about Asperger's syndrome, right? I don't know a whole lot about it. But I do know that I don't like the stigma attached to autism, right? And people on the spectrum. I never did. I never liked it. And then finding out that I'm on the spectrum, like, you know, that I'm finding out or having a formal understanding that I'm neurodivergent. I always knew I was neurodivergent, but having someone say, you know, on a test, hey, you are Asperger's doesn't even exist anymore. It's just autism spectrum disorder. Okay, so that test might have been outdated. But finding out that I, you know, getting the formal understanding that, okay, you are neurodivergent, duh. Most of us are. Most of us think differently. Most of us are sick of capitalism. Most of us are going to be divergent because we don't want to be a part of this system anymore. How do we create language to address that, right? And that's where my imagination is taking me now. How is it that I am neurodivergent because I live in imagination? Then they tell you heal when they mean assimilate. Yeah. Stop being so weird. Get out of your head. Stop all you do is daydream. Stop daydreaming. I will never stop daydreaming. Never. I just quit I was working third shift stocking shelves so I could pay my presenters for this event. And when I started there, I would listen to music I was the only one wearing headphones. I had one earbud in, and I'm listening to music and I'm imagining the music video. Even if it never had one, I'm imagining the music video for the song that's playing and me in it as the star of it, you know, in my 20s when I thought I was so cute, you know, and I'm in the music video and I'm stocking shelves and I'm moving slow and they call me in the back. I'm like, this is like middle school, high school, college all over again. I keep getting called in the back because I'm moving at my own pace. I am not a workhorse. Like most anybody listening probably has experienced something like that in some way, shape, or form. And if you haven't yet, the deeper you go into imagination, the more you will experience people outside of you telling you that you need to come back to earth, right? Never come back to earth. Stay where you are, go deeper into it. And I've been talking a lot. Somebody
But some
interrupt me.
people ain't on earth.
Huh?
Some people ain't on earth.
Right, exactly. Exactly. I sat here and sculpted
Literally,
this
Kat.
shit, the champagne bottle. Like I've been sitting here putting stuff together because we live in a space of imagination. Live in your imagination. Write about it. Make songs about it. Invent stories to tell your children about it. You know? And if you don't write it down, keep talking about it. Go ahead, Joy.
I want to, I think what's like part of the issue is like when we say live in our imagination, that the idea of imagination can be such a disempowering thing. It's like this thing that's like disconnected from anything in your reality. It doesn't touch it. It doesn't do anything to change it or shift it or anything of that nature. And it, I can't stress enough that like putting action behind imagination is like extremely important, because it's not enough to just like have these beautiful images and visions of freedom, of liberation, of abundance, of unity, of harmony in our minds. We have to actually be obedient to the promptings that our spirits get in order to create those things, in order to allow those things to reveal themselves in this reality here. And most of us, because most people are trapped in, like you said, like most people are trapped in like somebody else's imagination, a hell of somebody else's dreaming. And we're locked inside of, and this is where we really have to get into our body work, our breath work, or because so many of us are frozen in our trauma, just even in being like, just even checking in with yourself, like, are you breathing? Have you, like, are your shoulders relaxed? Because a lot of times what people consider to be reality and what people consider to be normal, what people consider to be regular, is just a bunch of people with trauma continuing to co-create trauma with each other, continuing to be locked into, their bodies in trauma, frozen in trauma, and, not really having access to the way to experience something different. And I did, so even when you say, like y'all are saying, like, what does divergent mean? You gotta ask yourself where you diverging to? Where are you going?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because if you're neurodivergent, divergent implies that you're going somewhere else. So if you're intent on pressing yourself, pushing yourself back into, this hell that is considered normal, which is people in boxes, in their trauma, creating agreements of trauma with each other, and then passing that trauma down generation after generation. And, every time you see a quote unquote Karen losing her shit at a Starbucks, you know what I'm saying? Because they didn't get the right order. That's that programming, And so just like when we're talking about our imaginations and where we want to go with our imagination and what it means to be neurodivergent, we have to really access the truth of what we are imagining in our bodies. You know what I mean? That means like if we're imagining harmony and peace, then we bring those feelings, we embody those feelings, we release the trauma, we are doing the work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just like it's over there somewhere in the corner, somewhere way out somewhere, the land of Oz. You know what I'm saying? That we done got swept up into a tornado somewhere, but it's that the heaven that we create is inside of us, that we are doing the active work, the active warfare of healing our nervous systems, of taking our ashwagandha, of doing our yoga, you know what I'm saying, of like loosening our psoas muscles, of like, grounding into the earth, of doing the child's pose, that we are doing the active work of being a place that can be home to heaven, so that we can create that. So everybody that comes in contact with me, everybody that comes in contact with you, they get a little piece of heaven. Your children get a little piece of heaven. You know what I mean? You get a lot of piece of heaven.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Our imagination can't just be somewhere we escape to.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, it's been necessary. There's been times for when especially with our ancestors, where in the deepest, darkest pits of hell, where we have needed that escape. But in our day-to-day lives, if we are to create heaven, to bring liberation, to bring harmony, we have to allow that to be embodied in ourselves. So everybody that's on this call, drop your shoulders, take a breath, and just give thanks for yourself and your multifaceted, prismatic imagination. And the power therein. All right, I'm done.
Thank you so much, y'all. This has been a magical, mystical, transformative night for me. I hope that it has for you too. If y'all want to stay on, you can. This concludes day one, night one of the second Hoodoo Virtual Conference. I love y'all. And I thank you for coming. And tomorrow is going to be, hopefully it's going to be, I trust that it will be equally as transformative and really, really dope. So stick around if you want to. I'm not going to close the group yet because I know y'all still talking, and unmute yourself. Not too many at once. Don't start talking over each other. But yeah, get to know each other. If you have a business, first thing I want you to do is go ahead. You have to turn your camera on because I'm not buying from you if I can't see your lovely face. Turn your camera on, unmute yourself, tell me who you are. Follow Joy at Tabernacle Life on IG. Let me go ahead and put it in the chat.
Sorry, I'm going to send that to everybody. I meant to give you extra work.
It's all good. Everybody put your Sophia is at Ladybug's Farm. Portia is at Shiloh Divine Farms _ TJ, go ahead and put yours. Marietta, put yours in. Everybody, throw your IG in. Let's follow each other, period. Mo at the Holistic Health Coach. Tomorrow, she's going to be promoting her healing sessions and her classes. I have had a healing session with Mo. There are no words to describe it. It is unlike anything I have ever experienced. I have had a lot of healing sessions. A whole bunch of people, let me do a healing session on you. And that shit won't hit for nothing.
Yeah,
Mo,
we could do a circle talking about Mo.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mo's healing. So yeah, Mo is the truth. It's no words to describe the work that she does. Like the way that I'm gonna tell you right now, I have been meditating for 2012, 10 years. For 10 years now, actively meditating, going into trance, so on and so forth. Never has a guided meditation put me into trance the way that Mo put me into trance. Like literally, I felt how I feel when I meditate by myself and my spirit leaves my body. That's what it felt like. And that's what was happening. She uses her voice in very dynamic ways. I don't have the words for it. You have to experience it. And she doesn't charge an arm and a leg. Like whatever she charges is worth every penny. And I hope she raised her prices. That's how I feel about it.
Raise her prices. And Mo is I mean, I'm very picky. You know how, I'm very picky. But if anybody's interested in the stuff that we were talking about as far as imagination and the accessing of it, I feel like Mo is somebody that you go to experience with the truth, the reality of the imaginal realm, like of what that means, of that expansiveness, because it's like,
She said she could come on.
Come on.
You want to come on, girl? Come on, Mo. Unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Get to rapping.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't know where I'm looking. Okay, wait. Okay. I'm nervous. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Rish and Joy, for that. That was really sweet and nice to hear. Oh wait, I have a thing because I don't always know what to say. Can I share my screen? I don't know how to do that from here.
I think Reesh
now
is
I
saying
can't hear
1
you,
second. Yeah, because you're muted, Reesh.
Progress. Sorry. No, somebody told me I could mute a co-host because I don't see how to do it. So is your internet connection good?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and make you. Yeah, all it says is chat, stop video, add pin, spotlight, make host, rename, put in waiting room, remove. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it just makes you a host.
Yeah, just gotta make her a host. Yeah, just make me a host when you're done. But I'm about to make you a host right now so you can share your screen.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Okay, can y'all see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So, okay, cool, thanks. So it's very hard to explain what I do. So I made a little graphic thing. Yeah, so it's like a trance meditation, like going deep into the subconscious, into your cellular memory, and the DNA. And in a lot of the sessions, people's ancestors come through, not always, but because, you know, we're going into the cellular memory. Essentially, I start off with a guided, like guided imagery and breath work. And then I just kind of let whatever wants to, not whatever wants to come through, but whatever that is for our highest good to come through. And I use the vibrations of my voice to activate the trance state. It's mostly singing, there's chanting sometimes, and in some sessions, I'm speaking directly to people's ancestors, like having a conversation with them. And sometimes it's more like they're speaking through me. So yeah, it is, I don't really know how to explain it, but it really is like going into really connecting like with your soul and like the deepest part of yourself. And I can't go anywhere that I am not allowed to. I did a series of free sessions, I think now 2 weeks ago. And one of my friends, yeah, her people would not let me come through. So we just talked instead. But everyone's sessions are a little bit different. It's so, because of that, is kind of difficult to explain. But I'm doing like energy medicine with my hands and breathing and tapping and whatever like I feel to do. So yeah, I've been doing them on myself as well. And it just, what I love about doing this is that I know that it's what I'm supposed to be doing, because when I'm doing it, I don't get tired. Yeah, like I can do 3 sessions in a row and I don't get tired. And in fact, I probably have like too much energy. Like I don't need to sleep as much. Like it's wild. So yeah, there's a lot more I could like say about it, but I don't want to keep going on and on about it. But yeah, it's definitely something to experience. And that's why I did the sessions for free for that time, because I was like, I don't even know how to advertise this. So I just wanted people to experience it. And I want to share, if I can figure out how to do that. I don't even know. I want to change the the photo. Wait, let me try it again. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? Sorry, I have not done this like this before. So I think here, yeah, there we go. So I was gonna share this tomorrow, but I'm here, so I'll just share it now. I'm doing like some discounts for everyone that's here, because it's a new thing that I essentially like channeled, and I just want as many people as possible to experience it. So I'm doing a 3-day incubator at the end of this month, and the price is essentially half off. Is a little bit less than that, and then everything else I'm doing is half off for anyone who wants to do that. And I have I think it's every new moon. Yeah, every new moon I'll be doing sliding scale for the sessions, because I really feel like it just helps. It helps me, and I think that helps the clients to just go deeper and just connect more deeply with yourself, and just like really nourish your energy body. And yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop talking now, but thank you for giving me the space to talk. And yeah, okay, wait, how do I do this?
Don't cut yourself short like that, Mo.
Oh,
You were spitting. You were saying how it allows you to do what now? Go deeper into your energy body and what? Because a lot of people, what is an energy body? And what do you mean go deeper into it?
okay. Yeah. So, oh, I know the long way to explain it, but I don't. Okay. So, well, we are energy and we come from energy, and it's like, how do I explain it? It's like the yes, please explain. Okay. 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 So basically, it's like it's hard for me to explain it because I have all these images in my head, and even so the nature of the session is it's going beneath like your conscious mind, and where like we have language, and so there's like the language for it is challenging, but I'm going to give it my best. So uh I imagine it like water. Like I know that like what our bodies are made of water, and outer spaces, I mean they've finally like confirmed, we all know that outer space is literally just water. And humans come from water. So, oh wait, do I need to make you a host again? How do I do that?
If you're done, you can.
Okay, wait, I'll finish because okay. But you'll have to walk me through how to fix it back. Okay. Yeah. So it's like the part of ourselves, like we were talking about earlier, that our souls are eternal. So it's the part of ourselves that exists before and beneath and beyond this form that is being connected to. And the code. Oh, yeah, the code is Luna for the form. Thank you for asking. I forgot. LUNA, and I'll type it before I go, or if someone else can. Yeah, so it's nourishing the energy body, just like you have to nourish your physical body, but you're nourishing where it's just purely your energy. And you know that like it's on the inside, because when you eat, like you're putting food inside of your body. Thank you. Now, of course, when you put things on your body, it's a form of consumption because your skin is the largest organ, but you're not like eating a 5-course meal. Like you're not just slathering it on your skin. Like it exists beneath that. And it's like connecting with that while you're still in your body, which is why it's a trance in a meditation type of experience. And I call it vibrational because everything's made of vibration, but we're going straight to the vibration. And there's nothing else to have to get through to get to it. So I hope that made sense and helped. I don't know. I'm working on figuring out how to explain it better.
You know, you're not never going to figure out how to explain it because, I mean, really, honestly, because I have been doing the work that I've been doing for a long time, and I still, every other month, I'm trying to figure out new language to try to explain it better. You're not going to, because language doesn't encapsulate it. But y'all, like, if y'all are listening to Mo, like, y'all should really do this. Like, really. And I don't recommend. I don't recommend too many folks to anybody, you know, but Mo, yeah, like that's real.
Is it like a physical thing? You have to be physically present, Mo, with you to do sessions?
No, it's virtual. It's remote. And I do body work. That's how I started, was in massage school. And yeah, so I have those sessions available in person, but all of the sessions so far have been totally virtual. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like some real shamanic, like journeying through the solar system, but still like very grounded in your own self type. Here, but everywhere. It's like a little mini grounding shroom trip. That's what it's like. Yeah.
Yes, very much. It is like an acid trip. It was
It
very
sounds
much
like
like
you
an
become
acid trip.
omnipotent.
Yes, that's what it feels like. It feels like she introduces you to your God self. And in a very warm way, you know, it's not scary, but it's a feeling. It's you. I'm telling you, like it was almost like falling asleep, but I wasn't asleep. I was somewhere. I wasn't here. I was
The
somewhere, and
imaginal
then I
realms.
said, "Okay, our session is coming to a close." I said, "Oh shit, what happened?"
Mm.
I was like, you know, it is very much a soul healing. And then after she takes you through the meditation, she then wraps you in. Something is on
And the
you,
little egg and the little egg light.
little membrane of protection and healing, and you feel that shit for days. Like
It's like
I
a
still
guided
feel it.
meditation on steroids, like like
Yeah.
without the words, like like in a guided meditation, you be floating and like you go off somewhere. It's kind of like that, but it's more. It's more than that. It's
Yeah,
like
a lot more
because you're
than
like,
that.
yeah, it's like psychic surgery and shit. It's like,
Yo, that's what it's
I
like.
love
It's like
that.
psychic surgery.
Psychic surgery.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she was like, your ancestors like to party. I said, for real?
They do.
She's
Oh
like,
my
yeah.
I didn't want to leave.
I believe it, because when you were going out with your cousins, Reach, and you were posting those pictures, you were like, the smile on your face. I love those pictures so much. You seem so freaking happy.
I was so hyped. That was my first time being outside, really, probably since I had the kids. Like, by myself, like with my family, and we just grown and sexy. That's what it felt like. I was back in my grown and sexy days. Y'all remember when all the college flyers said grown and sexy? I'm 30. I'll be 38 on my next birthday, but all the flyers said grown and sexy. That's how I felt. I felt really good.
Mambo said she wanted to talk to us.
Yes, Mambo, come on through.
I'm in here preparing my New Year's thing. I said, if I'm gonna be here by myself, because my baby done took her fine ass out, and Rish, why does this girl look more like you now than me? Have you seen these pictures?
I saw.
It's like Rish. And I said, oh my God. Every time I look, I'm like, we cousins. But anyway, I just want to tell y'all how you fed me tonight. It's hard. It's when you're talking about community, and especially with the pandemic, Lady Speech has come here to live with me, because she moved in a week ago, and unfortunately her friends were murdered in Colorado in that shooting. That was a white supremacist.
Oh, the Denver, yeah.
Killing Magic. So she got here, and as soon as she barely got a bag unpacked, she had to go back there. But you all don't know, it's like, you guys really like inspired me tonight, because I always think, I've had people like, I had an incident with some really ignorant people outside of my store, and one of the dudes was like, you're weird. And I was like, oh baby, that's a compliment. I've had worse things said to me. But you just like, when I'm sitting here and I was painting, and you guys are talking about imagination and imagination.
Yes.
Friends, I have always been the weird one. I have been the one that talked to spirits. I was the first out witch in the family, although several have followed. But following my grandmother and the things she showed me, but it was just like, this was, I'm sorry I cussed at the beginning. My cat was hollering in the background, acting like she ain't been fed with her ancient ass. I didn't know I was off mute. I'm like, what are you bitching about? But I just wanted to tell you, and so many of y'all are from this area, Sharon, Pennsylvania. That's where my cousins grew up. And Sophia's up in Youngstown, where my family is. and Indiana and Ohio. And I just was like, wow, I'm just like encouraged, because it's sometimes you feel like you're out here being magical by your goddamn self. And I just wanted to tell you, and I learned so much tonight. And I just wanted to talk to y'all and tell you thank you for this, because I've been listening the whole time, but I've been cooking the whole time, doing different things. And I just wanted to tell y'all thank you. This is beautiful. And I look forward to talking with y'all tomorrow. So that's all. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad everyone had a great time.
See, now you really looking like my daughter, because now the fro is out. Go and look at the pictures that I just put up. Somebody had on the pictures last week, they say she looked like Rish. And I was like, girl. And then I was like, oh shit, she does.
I'm gonna tag you in some pictures. I'm gonna bring some pictures from my old Facebook account to here, and you're gonna see she does. She looks a lot like me, especially when I was like in my 20s. She looks a lot like me. My late teens, early 20s. I said, wow.
I done had your baby.
Exactly.
Reached I had my babies too, because that's Sunny.
Yep.
No, I love Sonny. Let me tell you something about the other boy. When he was a baby, that was one child that I never wanted to put down. I was literally fighting folks because they were trying to take him from me.
Yes.
Oh, like, this is my baby.
Uh-huh.
But
to everybody, she wouldn't let nobody hold him.
I wouldn't. And I'm not really drawn to little boys like that. I'm always drawn to little girls for whatever reason, but that boy has a special place in my heart. But
He's
I love
a
y'all.
special little boy.
Yes,
he is. Both of her children just absolutely amazing.
Yes, Pasha is amazing.
Yes, and
Yes.
I just wanted to tell you all that I loved you and to thank you for what you gave me this evening, and you gave me some stuff to think about tomorrow, because I don't even know what we gonna talk about on the elders panel, but I don't even feel like an elder. I feel like a kindergartner. But I thank you all, and I'm gonna try to bop off here and get a hold of some of my other spiritual family, because I consider so many of you part of that spiritual family, and ring in the new year with them. But love, peace, and Afro Greece. Stay Black, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mother.
I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Oh, Mo, to make me the host, you can go into the click participants at the bottom, and then you can type my name into the.
Let me close this window. Hold up.
Wait. I think you are the host now.
Am I?
Does it see?
Am I? Yeah, I think I am. Am I?
Oh.
It says host. Okay, cool. All right. Oh yeah, it does. All right. So did anybody else want to promote their business? You don't have to have a presentation or anything. Just go ahead. You got the floor.
You talk every time you introduce me, you always talk about Dark Mother, and that's something that I have not really worked on hands-on in a long time, just because life is crazy. And I realized a while ago that I just be doing too much or trying to do too much at one fucking time, and that's why Felicia Ivy, she calls me her busy bee, because I am. I'm a busybody. And also the same way you guys feel like it's hard to explain things, that's the way I feel. And I felt like when I tried to get everyone together on it, everyone was just like, well, where are you really trying to go with this? And I felt like I was repeating myself over and over again, like, this is what the fuck I'm trying to do. And you guys are saying that you're with it. Like, most of my ideas that I'm coming to you with, you're saying that you're with it, but it was like I didn't have the power, or I guess the confidence, to really organize everyone, because I had to keep on telling people, like, I need direct communication, I need honesty. If you're going through something where you can't like follow up with these objectives or these projects that are going out, then let me know. And people weren't doing that. So then I just started dropping people. I'm like, all right, see you later. And they were taking that to offense. And it's like and so I have to have conversations with them like, no, I'm not offended, and there's no bad blood between us, but you aren't giving me what I'm asking for, and I feel like I'm asking for the bare minimum. And I also feel like I'm a lot more calmer. Like I'm not as stubborn, and I can deal with a lot of different personalities better. Because sometimes when I get frustrated, I'm just like, fuck that. My
I think that
IG is Cynical Sun. I want to type it again. But there's like I post regular pictures. I don't really post about organizations or spiritual things. I don't look for followers. My account is private. So yeah.
you put Sinful Sun. Did you mean to put Sinful Sun or Sinful
Yeah,
Sin?
that's my IG, Sinful Sun. I wish I could change my Facebook picture. I mean my Facebook name again, because I would put Sinful Sakina, because I have fully embraced being the fucking villain. I don't care about being the fucking bad guy. But that's what I am, and that is what I am. And I feel powerful in it. Like,
Yeah.
don't fuck with me. And that's what it is. I know the person that I am. And I hate, like, when people meet me and they see that I'm young. Some people like want to offer their unsolicited advice. And I'm not really with that. And the kind of person that I am, if I don't have that kind of like intimate relationship with you, don't come to me on that bullshit. Like my mom, I started developing a healthy relationship with her. And recently she called me on some bullshit like, oh, give me some of your paycheck and I'll help you save your money. And I'm like, all the things that I asked you for help with, I don't need help with my money. I'm a fucking Capricorn Virgo rising. I don't need help with my money. I know exactly what I'm doing. I asked you for help to get my license because my grandfather insured her car and I asked him for permission to drive it. And he said, yeah. But every time I visit New York and every time I ask her to take me to a parking lot, whatever, so I can practice, she never does it. If I ask her to pay for my 5 hours, she never does it. It's just easier for me to get my license in New York because that's where I'm from. That's where my ID is, my state ID. That's where I got everything at. But she wants to come to me on all this other like bullshit. And then when I like, please don't talk about that or please leave me alone about this. She's like, oh, you're just angry or you're not listening to me or you're taking everything I'm saying to offense. I'm like, I am taking it to offense because I've told you over and over again that you don't have a right to have an opinion on my life and what I'm doing because you're not actively helping me with it. You're not taking care of me. I'm doing this by myself. And the shit that I've been through, I should have never been through it. And like you're lucky that I'm even trying to develop a relationship with you right now. Like that I'm talking to you right now. Because people my age don't do that. People my age would have said, fuck this family, went on by themselves. You wouldn't have seen them in 6 years. Somebody else would have probably had to call them to tell them that you passed away. Because I've seen it happen. But to me, family is still everything.
I think it's more so healing that part of you that she wounded. That's really the where the power is. Because family is not everything. I understand your perspective and your opinion, but family is not everything. It's important when it's important, right? But a lot of times family can be the source of the deepest wounds that we have. And the best thing we can do for ourselves is separate and get away from them because, you know, if they're not willing to put in the work to heal and you are doing all the work, then you're the one doing the heavy lifting for the whole squad. And constantly putting yourself around them when you're trying to be in a state of happiness and pure imagination, you cannot do that if you're around the people who constantly, intentionally, severely trigger you in a negative way, right?
My mom does trigger me. It's just, I guess, like, and okay, so last year my uncle died and it was so sudden and unexpected. And in September, just now my stepfather died. I think I told you about my stepfather a little bit. And it's just crazy to like have lost those two people back to back. And now my mom's kidney is failing. So she's dying. My family has a kidney problem. Like my grandmother was on dialysis. She died at 43. My mother just turned 39. And it's like, and she just had a baby last year in November. My baby sister just turned 1 year old. And I was mad. I'm not gonna lie, I was mad at her. I was mad as fuck at her for having that baby. I'm like, why would you get pregnant again? Because she did do it on purpose. She did it intentionally. When you know that your body's already, it was already sick. She already had a lot of shit, and now it's even more shit. And it's like, I want you to be able to live into my siblings see adulthood. It would be the most convenient outcome, the most sound outcome, because it's not fair to them if you go before they reach that age. And you lost your mother at a young age, so you know how it feels. Like my mother was 24 when my grandmother died.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the oldest, I'm the firstborn. So even as a child, I always took care of everyone. And I've been out of her house for 6 years since I was 18. But it's been hard. I've been struggling. So I still really haven't had a chance to have the life that I want to live. So I want her to be able to still be a mom to my siblings while I'm out here getting myself together. And I still want to be have the chance to do all the fun shit that young people do because I just turned 23.
Yeah, and you should, and you do. Excuse me, you do, and you will. Just continue embracing your right. What mommy has going on is what mommy has going on. Yes, you want to be there for your siblings. In the event that something happens to her, you don't want them in the system. I understand all of that. But the best way, if you want to take that responsibility on, the best way to do that is to continue living your life and getting your shit in a space that is comfortable for you. Right? Getting into a flow where, worrying about where the next paycheck is coming from is not a problem. Right? Embracing your flow, whatever that is. Joy could talk about that. She just did a whole class on currency. How they call money currency. Currency is frequency, right? That's current. That's electricity. That's kinetic motion. That's real shit. That's not just, some abstract. That's real, So yeah, just keep living your life. Keep doing you, keep being happy, keep embracing happiness, embracing your villain story. Embrace that villain story.
Because just the other day, I was walking to the bus stop like some crazy nigga out of Harlem. That's where I'm from, y'all. I'm from Harlem. I took my headphones out my ears because I work a 10-hour shift. I was just tired of my music. And I was just yelling to myself, like, I am that bitch and I've been that bitch. Because people talk to me like they know who the fuck I am and they don't. And I know who the fuck I am. I don't need nobody to tell me who the fuck I am. Because at the end of the day, I do everything for myself and I do it by myself. Like, at the end of the day, I got myself. Like, if you don't know what it's like to be kicked out unexpectedly, you don't know what it's like to be fucking homeless and secure housing and a job and be making that bag, bro. What? Please. I'm like, at my tender young age, I does this. The fuck, I am that bitch and I've been that bitch.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And you keep at it. Is that somebody behind you? No. I thought I saw somebody wearing glasses.
Yes, Capricorn energy. My birthday's December 25th. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But my Pisces moon be fucking me up sometimes. This Pisces moon, I swear.
I don't even want to talk about them conflicting damn sun, moon, and rising signs because mine be having me all crossed up.
Right, but can I do a plug though before I jump off this call?
Please do.
So I do have a class coming up. It's Liberation and Miracles. And yeah, it's pretty dope and amazing. I'm pretty amazing myself. And I have a lot of pretty amazing people that have worked with me on here. Not going to talk about why I reshane in this class again.
Yes.
Let's talk about it later.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel as called out as you do.
What'd you say?
I said I feel as called out as Reach right now.
Oh, Amber, listen, listen. This is the thing about it is like, I feel like I used to be a sales, like I used to be a salesperson. I don't do sales no more, because at the end of the day, the reality is that there is something that is so deeply transformative, miraculous, and beautiful about each and every one of us. But every day we get up and we make a decision. We make a multitude of decisions. And those decisions are, am I going to turn towards that thing, or am I going to listen to what the world has to say? And when we listen to what the world has to say about us and our life and who we are, we end up in doubt and worry and fear, you know, just stress the fuck out, cortisol raging, you know what I mean? Just anxious for no reason, flinching at a drop of a dime. That's what happens, you know, when we make the choice to turn towards what the world is saying. And the world gets very, very loud. Or we can take that chance to step out onto that invisible bridge that Marietta was talking about, that Star Shining Clay bridge that Lucille Clifton talked about, you know, and step toward and turn towards the miraculous, turn towards the spirit, turn towards divine and our ancestors, and say yes to that thing which is calling us to our greatness, to the visions that we've had of ourselves that we were born with, you know. When Marietta was up there making potions when she was a little kid, you know, and somebody else was talking about how they always talk to themselves. You were talking to spirits when you was a baby, and those things that is real, that is more solid than anything that we think is real, you know. And this is the real shit, is that, you know, Zora Neale Hurston said it in I don't know which book it was, but she said that 100 years before Africans were emancipated, we knew freedom was coming. It was white folks that had to catch up, you know. Right. And she said that it was the spirit of high John that put into white folks. You know, it wasn't white folks themselves, you know, just out the kindness of the heart. It was the spirit of high John. It was like, yeah, you know, freedom is here. You got to get in line. And the reality is that, you know, it was very expensive to hold us, you know, because we never lost. That they always want to make it seem like white people freed us. White people did not free us. If they could have held on to us till, if you can look at them now, you know, you go somewhere in rural Tennessee, Kentucky, rural Virginia, North Carolina, they wish they could hold on to us. Yeah, I mean, they still got Confederate flags and shit. You know, you be in Pennsylvania, they not even in the South with Confederate flags hanging everywhere. You know, they wish they still could hold on to us, but they couldn't hold on to us. You know what I'm saying? Because no matter how dim it got, that little flicker of knowing of the truth of our freedom, you know what I mean? That was the same truth that was the same truth that shone from the stars that Harriet Tubman guided herself by. That was the truth of the freedom. You know what I'm saying? So when you look up into the stars tell us that we're free. When you talk to the trees tell us that we're free. You sit in the ocean will tell you that you're free. You know what I'm saying? And that is what's passed down, no matter how dim it is, no matter how small it is in your family or your lineage. That little spark, that's hoodoo. That is that secret contraband knowledge of our freedom. So at any given time, right? At any given time, we can wake up in the morning and we can choose to believe the lie of our oppression. We can choose to believe the lies of our limitation. We can choose to believe the lies of our lack. We can choose to believe the lies of, you know, we're supposed to be worried and stressed out and running after shit and, you know, just fucked up in the head and ain't got no good, don't know no good, don't know where no good's coming. We can do that, or we can make the decision, we can make the choice to turn towards that which is whispering our freedom to us. So my class, Liberation and Miracles, is just a whisper of that freedom. So I'm not selling that. You can't sell nobody on freedom. You can't sell nobody on themselves. You can't sell nobody on their truth. You know, you can turn towards the worry, the anxiety, the everything else, the busyness that's in the world. Or you can come around over here. You can come around here and find out just how beautiful you are, just how abundant you are, just how prosperous you are, just how free you are, just how amazing you are, just how lovable you are. Because most of us walking around here, we don't even think that we deserve to be loved. You know what I'm saying? But the truth is that we are the most lovable people. We are the most lovable beings, you know? So you come to Liberation and Miracles, you're going to fuck around and find out. Or you can go turn toward, you know, all the other bullshit, and you going to continue to reestablish those patterns of oppression. So, yeah. So, yeah, if you want to fuck around and find out in a good way, you know what I mean? If you want to expand, if you want to make miracles, I'm, you know, be real with y'all, is that like I've been so poor that, you know, it's been dire. It's been dire to the point where my decision not to buy a can opener for $1 has had serious consequences for my family, because I felt that buying a can opener instead of cutting open a can with a knife, I thought that the can opener was a luxury. To this year in December, I made more money this December than I made all last year. So, and it's not just about the money, you know, freedom isn't about money, but miracles is about anything that we can envision, you know what I'm saying, as the architects, as the designers of humanity, as the architects of civilization. Anything that we can imagine can be ours. You know what I'm saying? So freedom, harmony, and abundance, prosperity, all of that shit. That's us. That's us. That's ours. And that's why I do Liberation and Miracles. Not just for myself, partially for myself, you know, but because we have to be able as a people to turn and say, that's us, that's ours. Give me that shit. That's mine. You know what I'm saying? That abundance, that harmony, that love, that good feeling deep down in my bones. That know I'm loved, like I'm loved, like I'm loved. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's mine. That river of honey, that's mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's ours, and it's us, and it's our babies. You know what I'm saying? That's our birthright. And not just saying that shit, but living that shit. And that's why I do Liberation and Miracles.
Sign up for that shit.
Yes.
I told people about it. I talk about it. Whenever it comes around, I promote it. I share every photo. There came a point in time where Joy said, come on to the class. I said, I ain't got the money for it. She said, well, do you want to take the class? I said, yeah. She said, well, the money gonna come. Just wait on it. The money gonna come. The money came. You know what I did? I paid bills with it. I paid bills with the money. As soon as it came, I said, oh shit.
Every single time.
But it's because it's never about the money. It's not about the money.
Exactly.
Because then you look at somebody like Marietta. Marietta's taken several classes with me. Marietta, have you ever missed that money?
No, not at all. Like, I feel like maybe, like, obviously you talked about Joy, like having to do things in this mundane world. Like, of course we have to like operate to some extent on some material levels. Like, we all have needs, but it's like that money was forthright, like even before I even put the money in. Because like you do an interview with people and it's like from that moment on, it's like, do you want to turn to yourself or not? And like we have that choice, right? But I feel like ultimately, like your classes have like brought me time and time again to myself. And for me, it's something that I can't turn away from. So like puts me in a space where I'm being supported and held and seeing what it's like, what is mine to take. It's not even like you're bringing something different to me. It's just you're bringing it back to me. Like you're walking me back to my 4-year-old self who, you know, knew all these things about myself. Like those moments when it was like, damn, I feel like, you know, I felt these same feelings that are like bubbling up inside me now of excitement is like, it's been the 4-year-old me that was just like collecting rocks in a little basket. I had this little purple basket collecting random rocks, you know, and I feel like Joy has literally walked me back to those spaces and been like, okay, go ahead, play. Like in a sense, you know, and has really like cultivated my Joy, like reintroducing me to what even that imagination looks like, because it's not something that is foreign. It's just like a piece of myself that I set aside. And joy is that person who's going to come with you, you know, holding your hand and be like, all right, let's skip with the basket. Like, and even when it's difficult to skip, because there's been so many times where I feel like I just have this vision of myself like on this pathway in the forest with joy. And I'm sitting there like, I can't do it. It's not that person who's gonna make you do it. You know, it's like she's not there to sell you on your shit. It's like, if you want it, I'm here. And if you don't, then you know, there is no selling joy. It's just like, it's an experience you either want to turn to or you don't. And I feel like now is the time to turn to something that is real.
Your power. Your power. And then you know, like you not taking a class, that wasn't about me. You know what I'm saying? That's not about me. It's like you said you wanted to take the class, but the universe knew you was bullshitting.
Shut up. I still want to take the class.
I did want to take a class with Joy. Facts.
I still want to take the class.
Then take the class then.
I'm gonna take the
I
class.
will as soon as I get enough money. I will.
See, but it's not about the money.
I know if I had a car, I know, but it's also about the time and shit still.
No, when you make the
the money is
to take the class,
money is the least of the commitments.
And that's it. That is it for me. I feel like when I get ready to take this class, it would be just like initiation. I want to be able to have the time to really focus on what's happening and be like a way to focus on that. It's the same thing with a lot of my trainings.
But this is the thing that I say about
I want to be able to like focus because it's just, you saw what
this is what I'll say about this is like, you know, I don't know about, like, I feel like if you come from Pittsburgh, because there's several people from Pittsburgh, you got to build your shit in the middle of the chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like, there ain't no.
I'm the master of chaos, Joy. I'm calling myself that these days. I do not know what the fuck has happened in my life, but I will not blame you. I will definitely honor you all the time in this life. It is crazy, but
I'm saying this to y'all. I'm saying this to y'all, but I'm not saying it to just for this class. Like this is not about me. This is not about my work. This is about what you are willing to say yes to. And if you are going to build the life, or you're going to have the life, you're going to hold the power that you have. Like, you are powerful. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are all powerful. Then you got to say yes to yourself where you're at right now, not tomorrow, not when you get the perfect life with the perfect house and everything's cool and calm down and collected. It ain't never going to be that shit.
No.
Life is life. Life, there is, what did Octavia Butler say? I think that was Octavia Butler said, there's no ends to the demands that life is going to ask you. Some shit like that.
Right.
That's life. You know what I'm saying? We don't, you know, there is no mountain that we can go to be monks, you know what I'm saying, and sit there, you know, away from everybody and everything that's going on in this world and in our lives. There's no place for that. Healing is warfare. Healing is warfare. Every day that I get up and I proclaim myself an abundant person, I'm at war with lack. Right. Every day I get up and I proclaim myself like in harmony with divine. I am at war with chaos. Every day I get up and I say, I am victory is certain. I say victory is certain. I'm at war with powerlessness internally. Internally. You know what I'm saying? So every day you make the commitment. It's not just to this class. It's not to this class. Like, this seems like a big leap. But every day we wake up and we either choose to make a commitment to ourselves, to our power, to our truth, to our abundance, to what our ancestors are telling us to do, to what spirit is telling us to do, to what the trees are guiding us to do, to what the ocean is holding for us. Every day we make that commitment, or we decide not to. And
do you see why I call you a gatekeeper? Because when you're saying, what you're telling me is the choice to go with my desire in this moment is going to open up new gates to more desires that are just going to open for me because I said yes.
You got to look at the binary, like the back, that you know what I'm talking about, the binary divination. There's a yes and a no. And that shit builds, the yes and a no builds into complex systems to describe the universe. You know what I'm saying? So you start with a single penny, a single cowrie shell, a single yarrow stick that tells you yes or no. And the more choices that you make, those binary choices between your desire, you're going to turn towards your desire, you're going to turn away from it. Is the cowrie going to be open or closed? Is the penny going to be up or down? You know what I'm saying? You are divining your own life as you make your decisions. You are building a universe of power, of fullness, of abundance, or you're building a universe of disempowerment, of shutdown and detachment. You know, so in the grand scheme of things, taking my class is one of those choices. It's a choice. It's a choice out of thousands of choices that we make. It feels scary. It can be scary. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to be scary because any choice that if you are accustomed to a life of disempowerment, any choice that you make for yourself is going to scare you. So it's going to be scary, whether it's my class or whether it's move across the country or whether it's, get married or not get a divorce, or it's going to be scary. And that's okay. But, and it's also okay if you make the choice to close down and shut down and be small. That's also okay. Because the beauty of life, yes, it is. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the beauty of life, the beauty of the abundance of this life is that we always have the ability to say yes to ourselves again in the next breath. Don't matter what you did the breath before. If in this moment you say yes to yourself, if you just take a moment and just sit with your desire, like right now in this moment, and just sit with who you are, what you want, what your desire, what you are being called to, what is calling you. If you just sit with that right now and you say yes to that, you have opened up a whole new universe of possibility for yourself. No matter just what the fuck you did last night, it don't matter. That don't mean you ain't going to get consequences for the shit, because action and reaction to all that. But at the end of the day, we can't really do nothing about that. We do something about the choices we make right now in this moment.
Right.
On that note,
y'all got me preaching.
I love Joy so much. Like
so much.
She's so genuine. I'm just like, you right, Joy. You don't gotta sell shit. People just gotta know you. And if they don't see what they need to see when they see you, then they not meant to see it. The fuck.
Not saying it.
But that's about this is my commitment to getting away from capitalism.
Oh,
what'd you say?
Right.
What'd you say, Reese?
I said I seen it from day one.
Right, exactly.
When it comes to money, though, I have so much fear in me.
But let me speak to that though, because this is why I say this is where I get away from capitalism. This is why I don't sell. Because what the fuck I'm gonna sell for? You know what I'm saying? I don't have to sell. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like my job is not to sell. My job is to invite you. So you can say yes or you can say no. That's your choice and your power. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the fear around that. It's not just about, people think that capitalism is just about it's just about not having a lot of money. That fear that you have, you would have that fear if you had $1 million.
That's true.
You would, because it's the internalized idea that you don't know where it's coming from. You don't know where it's going to come from. You don't know where it's, I don't know where the next dollar's coming from.
It is. It is how white people operate. And it's why we're all in the space that we're in. And that is truly how I feel about money. Is that
you feel like how I feel. Like I'm drinking my champagne. I'm a little tipsy, but I'm still lucid. I'm just saying.
You feel how you feel, Amber? How you feel about that?
Huh?
How you feel about it, Amber?
No, I do. I feel a lot of times, especially with money, we tend to be, and you know, I've had a lot to unpack around white people and their behaviors, but it is a lack. It is just their natural, it's in their DNA.
Right.
They do not come from a place that is abundant. We come
They
from
came
community.
from a cold place with
Where
nothing.
if you kill a thing, you have to call everybody on the phone. Like when Hoodoo Hussy was talking, and you all know how I feel about food, we have to go and like break this animal down together. We have to go hunt it together. We have to take care of it. We're going to cook for our community, like all of those things. We come from places that we harvest and things like that. Whereas them, they go into places because they are afraid. It is happening right now. They are so frightened. And that is why while everybody's all stressed out and crazy, I'm like, look, they're scared. It's fine. Just ignore them.
It's fine.
Just go on about your life. They are. It is fine. To me, it's fine. It's fine. I'm going to be fine. And my family's going to be fine because I know I have knowledge.
Got me into it is like what Sophia was talking about. Like when I went outside and I was that poor, like there's food fucking everywhere.
Everywhere.
There's food everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And then you start realizing like there's food, everything we need is around us. So me talking about a little dollar bill that ain't got no value other than the belief that we put into it. I'm not tripping over that. You know what I'm saying? And so you know, if your fear of not having no money, or your fear of what's going to happen if you spend this money is bigger than your desires, and your desires will always stay smaller than your bank account. Like your life will always stay smaller than your current bank account. You know what I'm saying?
And you're always going to be holding tight to that energy of money instead of like opening it up. Like, bitch, spend your money.
Larisha, you look stressed the fuck out.
Listen, I'll call you on the phone and tell you because I have to convince myself all the time.
I'm dancing on my shit right now.
I am a single mom at this point that was raised by single moms. Like money and me, but I know better. I know that when I hold tight, things are tight. My body is stressed, my energy that I produce. But when I'm just like, you know what? It's going to come. Like, this is just what I need. This is what I want. This is what I desire. The money comes back. It just is what it is. And I feel like that about life, that, you know, we could put energy into all the shit not just want to complain and be fucked up about, or we could say, I want this thing. And that's where you're going to put all your energy. It's that simple.
Right.
Yeah, eventually you'll
and
get
it's
it.
not just, and it's not just like, what you say, Reesh?
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and it's not just like as easy as like follow your bliss, like, and just like follow it and the money will come. It's like, no, it's like really like you like when that tightness comes, when that fear comes, when you start getting all wound up, when you start thinking about, oh my God, look at my bank account, it's diminishing. You know what I'm saying? It happens. Like I still have that. You know, as much as I say I don't worry about money, like it's like I'm being reminded that I still have it, you know. And it's like consciously, like I'm releasing my butt cheeks right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna relax and breathe right now. I'm gonna remind myself that this bank account doesn't determine my prosperity. You know what I'm saying? That I am connected to something greater than these little zeros and ones that are in my, you know what I'm saying? And the money does come through, but as the more I hold on to it, the more I try to turn every dollar into, you know, into 15 purchases, the more like it creates an experience of life that is just stressful.
You are dealing in a place of stress. It's
right. Like not like you thinking about the future when you ain't got no money, but right now you're stressed the fuck out. Right now your cortisol is going right now. You know what I'm saying?
And if you move it from a place of stress, you're gonna move right into another place of stress.
And your brain, like the opportunities, like, okay, fine, I need this particular thing, or I desire this particular thing, or I want this particular thing. If you're thinking about it like in a way that is commodified, the whole time it's like negative. Your brain is not working in a place of how can I actually make this happen? If you're just kind of like, okay, this is what I desire, this is what I want. People, it's that imagination thing again. It's like, how the fuck can I make this happen? People are that fucking Oya, what is her last name? I don't know. She was like cooking fish on the front porch. Now she is like like, because she decided, she just imagined, she did some shit that didn't nobody think to do. Let me just sell some fish off my front porch. First of all, who's buying fish off the front porch? I'm saying to you, but she did it. That shit is magnificent, and her life has just expanded because she decided she was going to do something that is like, niggas don't sell fish off their front porch. I mean, yes, they do, but do you know what I mean? In our current time, food safety and everything else, we're all weird about everything all the time. She was like, I'm going to do this thing, and it's just expansive. It's because she believed that she could instead of saying what she couldn't do. And we're constantly standing in places where we can't do stuff. Like we tell ourselves, we sign those contracts, we agree to not be able to do shit. Instead of waking up and saying, I don't know what the fuck this day holds, but I'm going to figure it out regardless. It might not be easy. It might be uncomfortable. I'm still going to do it. And I'm going to try to face it with like some joy and a little bit of love and some other shit and hug somebody. Just all of those things.
And then sometimes you gotta like turn to your, you said like, for instance, like take it like not to to come back to me in my class,
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm just being selfish.
I learned from you. You are one of my teachers. This is from you. This is from you. Dropping those jewels, giving me the desire to explore these things more within myself and with other people. I listen to what you say. I'm always in your business. So
yeah. You ain't said
Talk
nothing.
about it, please. Because one time I was talking to Joy about something. She was like, who your teachers are? And I'm like, shit, I ain't got none officially, but all y'all niggas are my teachers. Because I be watching, I be lurking. And y'all be talking about some real shit on Facebook for free. Just because y'all like to talk and y'all like to rant and, why not share with other people?
Yes.
But it's like, just like a class like this, like for instance, like I see people, right, and they be living the most luscious lives, right? They just got like the most support. Like they might got their like spiritual advisor, they got their their nutrition coach, you know what I'm saying? They got the people like they out on the beach all the goddamn time. They just living their lives, they just doing their thing or whatever. You know what I mean? And then we be looking at people like that, and we be like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that. But then here comes somebody is like, who is offering you the thing that you said that you want, you be like, but I don't want to do it like that. You know what I mean? I'm going to take the next train. I'm going to take the next ride. I'm going to take the next. And some of y'all too, y'all need to talk to y'all ancestors too, because some of y'all have gotten some very big visions and some very big gifts and some very big, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta be like, you know what? Y'all said that I got this. Y'all said this is mine. So I'm gonna take this step and I'm trusting y'all to hold me. I'm trusting y'all to have me. And that goes back to the faith without works, faith with works. Like if you are saying, because people be saying, I'm a goddess, I'm this, I'm that, I'm prosperous, I'm abundant, yada, 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 all of these things, you say all of these things, but if you don't step on it, if you don't step in the direction of your abundance, if you don't step in the direction of your harmony, if you don't step in the direction of your vision, then you are all of those things, but you're not going to see it in your life. You know what I'm saying? Right. So when you're making decisions that scare you, that terrify you, because we all are confronted with decisions that terrify us, then you turn to the bigger self, right? The bigger self, which is the self that includes your ancestors, the self that includes divine, the self that includes this earth. And you be like, help me step out on this decision. Help me, not to feel so small and so tiny in the face of this thing. And that goes for not just like when you're making decisions, but also like when you're up against some bullshit. If you're up against some heavy bullshit, like this, that's the point of prayer, is to remind you that you are not alone. It's to remind you that you have other beings and you have other people, like other beings in this universe that are working on your behalf. You know what I'm saying? That are working. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's not even just like non-corporeal beings. Like I reached out to my best friend who's on this call for like some deep support, and she came through. My best friend Becca Zayla, and she came through. You know what I'm saying? And that's like, we have to realize that we are as big as our community. And that's not just like, you know, humans, like other human beings, but our community of ancestors, our community of spirits, our community of divine. The stars are our community, the trees are our community. So when we are feeling small and we are feeling scared to step into our destiny, to step into that which is ours, when we are feeling scared of that thing, that we have to reach out to that community of our bigger selves.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if you want to take liberation and miracles, I'm gonna plug it again, and you're scared to do that, then you reach out to your ancestors, ask them, is this the place? Is this the appointed time? Is this what it is for you right now? Is this the work that's going to fill you, that's going to expand your life? If this is it, then help me, you know, help me to trust, help me so I can step out on faith. Give me the space inside of myself. Hold my fear and my worry and my anxiety. Let me give that to you. I'm going to surrender that to you so I can step out here right now. And a lot of us, especially if you've been traumatized a lot in life, because most of us have, because we're fucking Black.
Right.
Everything is fucking scary.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Every decision, because we've been punished so much. Every decision has dire consequences, or has had dire consequences. And so the practicing of the releasing and the surrendering of worry is a practice of spiritual warfare, is a practice of expanding ourselves, is a practice of allowing ourselves to see ourselves through the eyes of divine. It's a hoodoo practice. And we can every time we get scared, every time we feel alone, every time we feel small, every time we feel like we're not enough, we reach out to the community that surrounds us. You know, I'm reminded of my mentor telling me about, you know, there were enslaved Africans who never saw another Black person their whole lives. They lived in, you know, because the white folks, they can only afford one of us. You know what I'm saying? So they live with Miss Ann and Master their whole lives, just, you know, and the song that they sung, you know, a song they might have sung was "What a Friend They Had in Jesus," you know, but as an assertion of that relationship, as an assertion that even if we are alone, that we can imagine ourselves having a connection to something bigger, something divine. You know what I'm saying? And that alone, that in and of itself has ensured our survival. Now, where we're at right now, the state of Hoodoo and creating this new timeline, you know what I'm saying? We reach out to our community yet again, to our community of the earth, of the waters, of the air, of the spirits, of the ancestors, and of each other for our thrival, for the creating of these new beautiful visions that we are all holding. You know what I mean? And we ask the community, the big universal community,
right,
to help us bring that forth, to hold our worry and our fear. You know what I'm saying? So that we can step out on these invisible bridges together, because that's what we're in this conference for.
Right.
I love y'all. I gotta go because I gotta do family activities now.
Oh, okay.
Same. I love y'all. Thank you so much for coming. I'm about to call these people back, these little people back in here.
Yes.
And I will see y'all. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 11 a.m. Don't be late, because them old folks want to start on time.
All right now.
All right.
All
Happy
right.
New Year.
Good
Good
night.
night.
New Year.
And happy Haitian Independence Day on the 1st.
Yes.
Happy
Haitian Independence Day.
Yes. Happy Haitian
And
Independence
happy Amori's
Day.
birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday, Amori.
Happy birthday, baby.
Thank
I'll see
you.
y'all tomorrow.
Peace, y'all.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.